So I'm like somewhere in the range of like 99% ready to do a show with like a negative 40% Paradox Interactive, like Crusader Kings debuff. Uh, I had a bunch of you hush too early for you. I had a bunch of stuff that I wanted to get done for the show today. That Valium kicked my ass yesterday, and the worst part is I didn't even get the root canal. I went to the dentist, got my ride was there, took me, and they couldn't figure out which tooth. One dentist says it was tooth 12. Uh, the guy that was going to do the root canal said, I'm not going to root canal 12. It's a healthy tooth. He looked at 13. He said, yeah, I think it's 13. They called over to the other dentist's office. The other dentist's office said, well, we don't agree that it's 13. We think 13 is healthy. So all in all, cost me about $300 to have an evaluation at an endodontist to not have a root canal. So that kind of sucked. Anyway, guys, it's Jahlon. It's Wednesday. It's the early show. I do need you to kick over some rocks, wake up some people, bring in your guildies that have questions, and we will get those answered. Sometime today as well, we're going to talk about Alpha 1, and we're going to talk about the minefield that is Alpha 1 cells. I do want to let some more people get here. I do want to talk about that though today. I am ready to do that segment. I lost all of yesterday. I couldn't sleep the night before. And then I got up, I took Valium, lost the morning. And I do like to be honest. I do encourage fitness. I encourage intermittent fasting. I am off my intermittent fasting this morning. I had to have a coffee. You guys know if you've been around my show for a while. If you've been around my show for a while, you know that I had a 10-year addiction to narcotic painkillers. I was in the military. Any military person will tell you that when you're broken, they just keep feeding you up the chain. They start you off with vitamin N and vitamin M. That's naproxen and Motrin, and then they just keep giving you the next step up. Eventually got to the point where I was chewing. My standing prescription for Percocet was 30 Percocet on an infinite refill, and I could get that refilled like every 3 days. So I was taking like 10 Percocet a day. My shoulder was killing me, my neck was killing me, I dislocated my knee was killing me, and I just got addicted to narcotic painkillers. I actually this morning said to my wife, can you please get me a coffee because I need a stimulant and then take away my codeine. If they're gonna say my teeth aren't bad, then the last, I don't know, 7 codeine in the bottle don't need to get taken. I need to get right back off that stuff. So you're feisty. Do you want to be seen? That's why you're not being shown off. Here you go. Here you go. Hi. Good morning. He's all worried because his big brother is at the vet again. His big brother is peeing blood still. And I don't know if his big brother is still peeing blood or if that was some blood that was I mean, I imagine it has to still be fresh because it was still in liquid form. But yeah, I found that when we got home. That's Cloud. Very good. Cloud, they know your name. They know your name, buddy. Did they announce if they're selling Alpha 1 Access again? We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about we're gonna talk about that. I have 4 cats. We have Sora, Cloud, Abby, and Ziva. Sora and Cloud were named when my wife was on a Kingdom Hearts kick, and we got the two boys, and she was playing Kingdom Hearts, and then we were on an NCIS kick when we got the girls. So we've got Ziva David and Abigail Shuto as our female cats. Let's see. I do want to start off the show today, guys. I do want to tell you I lost a little bit of time this morning. I had a plan, so the new overlay for Halloween will have to wait until Friday. I should have that set up for Friday. I'm a big Halloween fan. You can see I got Jack in the corner. I got my little Grim Reaper. Little Grim Reaper hanging up behind me when I sit down. And I ordered a costume for the show. Not like cheap end. It goes with the hat. So I'm hoping that comes in for Saturday's show. I'm gonna start adding props and costuming and some stuff to the show. Make it more fun, make it more entertaining. Of course, Steven could just send me a bunch of Ashes swag, and I'd wear that all the time. I do have my hoodie. I don't. He may not be happy with me after this show later today, but that's okay. He's often not happy with me. I do want to say that there is a gift card going to be given away at some point today. This week is all gift cards. I did promise this week would be all gift cards, and then I sat down and I did the math, and I realized I don't know if I have enough left to cover all the gift cards. But because I gotta remember, before the end of the year, I want to pay off that loan from the corporation to myself. Once that's done, good to go. But I also have this set of gift cards is covered. So if you guys are here and you have Paradox points, toss those in. I have extended that. There's 18 days left to do 20%, and then if we don't hit that, I will extend it again. That was my bad math. New feature for me to use. I kind of screwed it up, so we're working on that. With that said, guys, creative director's letter first. Let's talk to creative director's letter first. We talked about it on Monday, and Alpha 1, right? We're getting Alpha 1 dates in 2 days. In 2 days, I feel like we're in Underworld. In 2 days' time, Amelia will arrive and unite the covens. In 2 days' time, we're going to get the Alpha 1 dates. People are expecting that those Alpha 1 dates are going to be like right around the corner. I'm not expecting that. I mean, I'm excited. I hope against hope that we're going to have those Alpha 1 dates right around the corner. However, I don't think so. Somebody did ask me, does coffee break fasting? No, normal black coffee, you can drink normal black coffee if you're intermittently fasting. However, I don't drink normal coffee. In fact, is this still warm enough to take the last swig? Probably not. I'm probably going to regret this. I drink espresso. Oh. And so my drink does have a couple of 100 calories in it. But I needed a stimulant. I'm going to do I don't know why I'm going to do this to myself. Trying to get the espresso out of the bottom of the cup. That's awful. Yeah, I drink a venti caramel macchiato with 2 shots of espresso and low-fat milk. No foam, no whipped cream. I can drink black coffee. I can also drink double brewed marine coffee. But so, quick question and a tangent. Do you prefer Razer, SteelSeries, Logitech, or Corsair? Well, if Corsair is listening, I will completely switch my entire setup to Corsair products, but you have to pay for them. I prefer Logitech. I prefer Logitech products only because you prefer what you get. You generally stick with what works for you. Like, I liked the old Logitech keyboard with the flip screen because I played Eve and there was a lot of bits and pieces that little flip screen, that little LCD display could give you for Eve Online. So I really liked that. And then when it was time to upgrade, I upgraded to the G910. I like the G910 more so for when I worked from home. I could program the G910 macro, the macro buttons to do a lot of, like, I had to check a lot of boxes. I had to do a lot of things while I actually figured out a way that I could press the button, and it was a lot of like monkey fucking form routing. If you're military, you know what that means. It's a monkey fucking a football. So I could press one button and it would like go through and it would do all these things for me. So that was really good. Also, I had to put like templated responses. So I just got used to using the G910 when I was working from home, and I knew I wrote the 10 really nice responses. The 10 really nice responses, and then I would just hit the button and it would copy and paste what I needed. So I'm just a Logitech fan because Logitech has never let me down. I'm a really huge Logitech fan after the cat vomit keyboard incident. We can talk about that if you guys are interested. Was it the Logitech G15? I thought it was the G15. I also like the 502. Can I get this up here? Oh wait, hold on. 1 second. I don't. I have another 502. What the hell was that? It was only the corporate page. I have another G502 floating around, but I like the G502 because this piece right here, I can't, unfortunately the camera's not on the long cord yet, but this piece right here, my thumb sits on it. I can move the mouse around with my thumb. I do prefer that. I have a G600. I like the 12 button mouse on the side. I do like the G600 with the 12 on the side, but I have small hands. I have small hands for a dude. Like, I have long fingers, but I have small hands. So I like Logitech. Now, like I said, if Corsair wants to sponsor me and send me a goodie box of all their stuff, I will certainly go with their stuff. Like, but I don't use a Logitech headset. I use a Bose. I use a Bose sound collar. So I love my sound companion. Now that I figured out what the problem is, I can walk people through how to use this for gaming. It's amazing. This is the most impressive thing I have ever. This is my favorite piece of technology. Honestly, if I had to pick one piece of technology to save in my house, I would save this one. Actually, I'd save the brand new one that I have on the shelf because I'm an idiot and I bought a brand new one. Hey, it's one of those people with that duck. One of those duck people. One of those people that dropped in the other day. I love the fact that you have Donald Duck. Let's see. Alpha 1 dates. Alpha 1 will start no later than 12/21. I truly believe that because Intrepid can't afford another black eye. If Intrepid doesn't have their first alpha test before 12/21, they're going to get a huge black eye. They can't afford that. Ash, and we're going to talk about it in here in a little bit when we get some more people in here. Ashes is going to run into a potential huge black eye if they don't handle the minefield that is Alpha 1 sales. They need to stick this, absolutely. And some of today's show is, I'm not going to be very kind to Steven, but it's that tough love feedback marketing from my background in marketing. He needs to hear it because he needs to have a serious sit-down team with his marketing, a sit-down meeting with his marketing team and his PR team, and they need to do some serious damage mitigation, and then they need to be ready to do some serious damage control, all about Alpha 1 sales, but we'll get to that later in the show. I hope they say Alpha 1 like Monday. Yeah, they won't. It would be cool if they opened up Alpha 1, and I know you guys are going to hate me, and I very rarely, very, 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 very rarely say this. I never think streamers should get preferential treatment. I don't think streamers should get preferential treatment. But I definitely think that they should open up Alpha 1 to their official content creators on Extra Life Day, on 7 November. And hear me out here, because you're not doing it for yourself, you're doing it for the kids. Imagine the amount of fundraising that will happen if you allow your official content creators to stream Alpha 1 on Extra Life Day. It's for the kids, but imagine the residual benefits, because you can get Shroud, Tim the Tatman, Asmongold, Summit 1G. Those guys would all check it out if they had like an exclusive, this is my chance to check out the game. They could talk about it. But now, why don't you want everybody testing it? Because you never want to open up something that's for the kids with the opportunity of people being douche canoes. The problem is that there would be blowback in the community. The problem is since you're doing it for the kids, the blowback in the community gets shut down by the people who try to be douche canoes. You're like, what? You don't want them to do a successful charity event for the kids? The best way to do something that's good for you is to wrap it up in the wrapper of it's good for somebody else and I'm receiving residuals. And what I mean by that is it's great for Intrepid. It's great for Intrepid. No matter when they do their first Alpha 1, it's great for Intrepid. It's great for Intrepid if they're doing Alpha 1 streaming on Extra Life Day. And because they're doing it for Extra Life, they just frame it that way. Hey, we want to give our official content creators and the people we've offered Alpha 1 keys to that are streamers the opportunity to engage with this. So you automatically put a shield around yourself from all the people that are going to whine, bitch, and complain. Well, it's not fair because I have Alpha 1 too. Hey, are you an official content creator? No. Have you ever made a piece of Ash as a creation content? No. Well, then it's totally fair. It's not equal, but it's totally fair. Oh, it was the G19 that was in color and had the flip thing. Okay. I got Glorious Model O, and there's no way to going back to a heavier mouse. The lightweight has been so good for the wrist. I like the 502 because the 502 has adjustable weights. You can change how heavy your mouse is. I love that feature as well. Regarding summoners, how do you believe the pets will act? City of Heroes style, giving directions that the pets act autonomously. Final Fantasy 14, basically a visual distinct turret, or more like WoW, a pet that's mostly autonomous, but you give instructions to. What would you prefer them to act like? I would prefer the pets. I would prefer the summoner in Ashes of Creation to function like the summoner in Final Fantasy 11, not 14, Final Fantasy 11. We know that the summoner is basically weak without their summon. If you kill the summon, you weaken the summoner. All of the spells go through the summon. So that is a huge piece. That is a huge piece of a huge piece of it. So keep that in mind. You want to now what else do we know about summoners? Very little. What we know about summoners is basically piecemealed together based on like what Steven has said, the little bits and pieces Steven had said, and we have to loop all of the giblets together. We have to link all the crumbs together to try to make like soup or something. We got to take all the scraps on the cutting board to try to make something that looks like an answer. And it's hard because Steven doesn't want to talk about summoners. And I think Steven doesn't want to talk about summoners because I don't think the design on summoners is 100% complete. And I know some people are going to say, well, what do you mean the design's not 100% complete? They have a 4,000 page game design document. With that said, until you get tanks, healers, and damage dealers somewhat balanced, you can't make summoners because summoners are supposed to be able to fill every role. It's one of those, how many times do you want to touch it? Do you want to touch it once or do you want to touch it twice? Well, if you start making summoners before you have the tanks balanced, then you have to fix the tanks and then fix the summoners. Just get the tanks balanced first and then make the summoner when it's in a tanking stance. When the school is kicking us, when the summoner's in a Brood Warden build, now you know what you need to do. Hey man, if school is kicking your ass, you do what you need to do. Thanks for stopping in and say hello. I appreciate people stopping in. I appreciate people who lurk. That's great. It helps my numbers. It helps my channel. It helps our community. Remember, I own the channel, but you guys are the community. Without you, I'm just a guy talking to myself on Wednesday mornings. Let's see. So yeah, as far as I want to see summoners act, I want to see them act like Final Fantasy 11, where you have some weak summons that are out all the time, and then you pull out some really big summons, and you can do a really big effect, but then it has to go back away. Like you don't have the strength, the power to whatever. I would like to see, if we are going to give me the magic pencil and let me do whatever I want summoners to work like summoners shifters in the Rifts tabletop. I want a summoner to be able to pull like a really big demon out, but then that demon has a counter on it that you don't get to see. You don't get to see the counter on the demon. You just have to, hope that you dispel the demon or send it home before it gets pissed off. I would love to see a summoner have a demon out in the middle of a boss fight and they haven't put it away and they haven't used other summons for the whole dungeon, and then the timer runs out and the demon's like, what's up, bitch? And the demon just starts attacking the party. Now the summoner can't pull out another summon because he's got a summon in the world. He's lost control of his summon. So in an ideal world, I would love to see summoners get a lot more fleshing out than I think they would. That's why somebody asked me the other day. Why would I need $800 million to build the MMO that I want? Well, because I'd need $800 million to build the MMO that I want because the classes would all be unique. My feeling is summoners will be jacks of all trades and masters of none. Just remember that whole quote. I'm a big fan of that quote, and it's on our coin. As a logistician, logisticians are considered the jacks of all trades. A jack of all trade is a master of none, but it is still better than being a master of one. Remember, a summoner is a jack of all trades, but can fill any role. So a brood warden can fill the role of a tank. A necromancer can fill the role of a healer, not the role of a cleric. I want people to hear me here. A necromancer, which is a summoner cleric, can fill the role of a healer, but can't necessarily replace the cleric. So I got to go up a second. I got to catch up. Sometimes I jump ahead when we're on topic, but I got to roll back a bit and then I'll get to you. So if you're like, why isn't he looking at my question? I am. I jumped ahead a bit. Will every class be proficient with a main hand and offhand? And if so, what is determined by primary archetype or total class? Good question, DC Nation 828. Every class is proficient. Every class can utilize every weapon. Every class can utilize every weapon. You can have a fighter who uses a wand. You can have a cleric who uses a broadsword or a great sword. Just because you can use it doesn't mean you're proficient at it. There are going to be weapons that lend themselves to these primary archetypes. So a cleric's preferred weapon is staff. There is some combos with that. A cleric's preferred armor is medium. There are some passives you can buy into. That being said, I want you guys to think outside the box. I'm going to say, what if Rangers have some abilities in their kit that combo with bleeds, but they don't have the ability, none of their abilities apply a bleed. So a Ranger uses a dagger or an axe because the passives on that weapon that they can buy into allow them to get passives that apply bleeds. You're like, well, a Ranger should be using a bow. Sure, they should be. But there are going to be out of the box thinking people who come up with really unique builds. Can I go into any more on that? No, not at the moment. I will once I get a little bit more information. I know where Steven is going with it. I get the mentality, but I got to wait until I have a little bit more information before I start like driving those points home. What I will tell you is in Arcage, I really jerked with people because I built a completely defensive healer. And then people were like, this sucks. I can't kill him one-on-one. I made myself basically 1v1 proof. Actually, I made myself about 5v1 proof. It affected my healing just a little bit, but a dead healer does 0 healing. I've only just seen my first bit of footage of this game, and this game looks groundbreaking in a lot of areas, and I will definitely be watching more to see the development. Hey, that's great. That's amazing. That's exactly the sort of stuff I want to hear so I can read it so Steven can see it when he watches. Well, I don't think he watches my 4-hour streams. I don't think he has time in his day to do that. Let's see. Welcome back. Hope you had a good time. Looking forward to Friday. I had an amazing time. Monday's show was like 50% Jahlon talking about his vacation. I love my new hat. I decided that I'm going to do like a little steampunk motif on this show. You guys should see that on Saturday. Boom. 3 months with Prime. Appreciate all the ashes and non-ashes discussion. Hey, I'm glad you find it entertaining. Guys, as you know, I am trying to be a Twitch partner. I am on week 6. Well, I'm on waiting. We're going into week 6. Friday will be the 6th week after I sent in my application. Once my channel is partnered or not, then I'm going to make some changes to the show. Not every single show will be on Ashes of Creation. Some will be just chatting. Some will be IRL. Some will be advice. Some will be Ashes. But I'll be splitting the 4 hours that I do things. I've also come up with like some ideas to try to make the shows more entertaining. I do want to try to find some games that we can play as a I do want to find some games that we can play as a community. I do want to start playing Stream Raiders on my stream. Wolfus Moon, who chatted, she was my Uber driver yesterday. She's a good friend of mine. She lives a mile away. We joke her apartment is actually Paradox Studio B. She moved her apartment around. I need to go up and see it because I saw it on her stream last night. I'm like, hey, you finally did what you said you wanted to do. But she's an up and coming streamer. She's tired of me chastising her. But yeah, there's some stuff I want to do. There's some joint streams I want to do with some people. There's some other streamers I want to get involved with and have them on the show and get their perspectives. I also want to get my partnership so I can put together my stream team. So I got a lot going on. We'll be consuming all the content I've missed on YouTube. Much love for what you do. Looking forward for Ashes and the possibility to be part of the main guild if I'm able to fill the roles needed. Hey, best thing you can do is if you want to be a part of the Paradox Guild is join the Discord. Even if you don't end up joining the guild, joining the Discord is a great way to just hang out with us. We're a good group of people, especially if you're an up and coming content creator. I am a Twitch, YouTube coach, mentor. I can't get you to be like a millionaire, but I can definitely give you a bunch of advice. There's a lot of Ashes of Creation content creators. Just swing in and be like, hey, has Jay ever helped you with your channel? And most of the new ones are going to say, yeah, Jay's helped me with advice. Because I don't view everybody as a competitor, especially on YouTube. Twitch is a little different. But on YouTube, we're not competing for money. We're all just trying to get advertised. We're trying to get people to watch our stuff. And I have here's the reason why most of those small content creators aren't my competitors. I'm monetized, they're not. I'm trying to help them get to monetized. Greatest thing you guys can do is make sure you're subscribing to YouTube channels for content creators you like. Give them feedback. Give them tough love feedback. I do it. They don't like me for it. One guy last week before I went on vacation, I was giving people advice and he got mad. And I was like, dude, if you don't like my advice, don't follow it. But when you have a channel of 54 subscribers and you've been doing it for like 9 months and you want to get mad at me, clearly you need to hear some stuff I'm telling you. But at the same time, I get people that are bigger than me. You'll notice my channel is making improvements. That's because people are giving me suggestions and I take them. Shit, I don't know everything. I wish I did. I wish I was yanking down 70, 80, 90,000 a month because I'd be giving away computers and shit. I'd be like, hey, we're not giving away a $25 gift card today. We're giving away like a 3070. I wish I had that kind of bankroll. I'm torn on whether I'm going to go Necromancer or Brood Warden, but I know for certain I'm playing a Summoner either way. Hale, I'm going to guess your name is Hale. The good news is that you don't get stuck as a primary archetype. You get all 8 of those classes. The only thing that is locked in your character creation is your primary archetype. So if you play Summoner, you are in fact a Wild Blade, a Brood Warden, a Shadowmancer, a Beastmaster, a Spellmancer, a Conjurer, a Necromancer, and an Enchanter. You get to switch between those when you go to a specific location, do a specific thing, do a little dance, pay a little coin, whatever it is. You can't change your class in a dungeon. Can't change your class out in the world, but you can change your class. You can change your class. You can change your secondary archetype. Your 1v5 proof just means to me you achieve what you wanted to do, and players being able to do that is great. Yes, I agree. Am I excited for Cyberpunk? Yes. Let me tell you guys, the games that I am excited for right now, I'm excited for Bloodlines, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, Cyberpunk. I am going to take a look at Baldur's Gate 3 if I can get a little time in my day. But you guys know what I got, and I'm so stoked for this. And again, whenever a game company gives me a game key, I feel like I'm getting bigger because I'm starting to get game keys prior to the games coming out. Instead of me getting like a key 60, 90 days after the game came out, I'm starting to get them like right when the game's launching. I got a game key for Age of Empires 3 Remastered, and it comes out tomorrow, and I'm so stoked. I love Age of Empires. That is the game that caused me to almost fail Air Force Tech School. I almost failed out of tech school. I LOL'd, or I laughed out loud at your stream title. I caved in today and bought the Voyager pack after telling multiple people I wouldn't do Alpha EA again. I caved in because I want to see the development of the game. Hey guys, I do want to remind you, that's great that you caved. If you're new to Ashes and you're thinking about caving, I just linked my referral code. It really does help me as people sign up for Ashes. It costs you nothing. It does give me a kickback. And I told you guys, I give all my money, well, most of my money. I got to pay taxes. Corporation has to pay taxes. I give that back in the form of gift cards. With that said, big thanks to all the people who are using my referral code. It really does help me out. It also helps our community. And the reason why it helps our community is some of you can't afford a founder's pack, and I totally understand that. 75 bucks, 150 bucks, 250 bucks, 375 bucks. That's a lot. Not gonna lie. I don't lie. I just bought every single cosmetic this month. Margaret, you're a horrible human being. You did not need to drop a siege flag on my wallet. Margaret and I have a great working relationship. She needs to calm down. She needs to calm down with these damn cosmetics. She's the marketing director. Margaret, go do marketing work. Stay the hell out of the art direction. The art has gotten so cool since Margaret kind of took over. She's killing me though. And then my wife got the hat, the costume, and the kitty. Tubby kitty. In fact, guys, give me 1 second. I do want to check something. I have, you guys, I told you this, I have anxiety. I've been anxious since I've been anxious since I was on vacation. It was actually kind of good. I didn't have to take too many anxiety meds, but now I won't go on vacation now for I won't go on vacation now for several months. Because it takes me a while. It does take me a while to recover from being on vacation. Okay. Yeah, but she got Tubby Kitty. Want to make sure that was taken care of right. When my fiance and I get our 375 packs, we'll be coming for that referral. You don't have to wait for that referral, man. Sign up today, create your account, then buy your stuff later. Why wait? Sign up today. Limited time offer. Supplies are limited. 2 to a customer. Some exceptions do apply. Batteries not included. If you guys ever want to hear advertisement, look up on YouTube George Carlin's advertising lullaby. It will totally change your mind about all the shit salespeople say to you. Let's get back to some of these things. But yes, I'm excited for Cyberpunk. I think they're doing an amazing advertising campaign. Somebody saw. I'm kind of excited for Baldur's Gate 3. I saw something a little spicy from the creators of Baldur's Gate 3. They kind of talk shit about their community. They're like, we gave you guys demon horns and demon tails, and you guys are all making standard vanilla flavored human looking characters. I'm like, why the fuck do you care? They're playing your game. Shut the hell up. Like, tell people their stuff looks great. Hey, we love the fact that you guys are making these great looking human characters. Did you guys know that we also have demon horns? Or check this out. Hey guys, it's Halloween. We're looking to do a little contest. We want to see the best looking demon type. You know, there's stuff you can do without saying you're making a bunch of boring characters. God, I wish Bloodlines 2 would be good, but I'm hearing worrying things about its development. I wouldn't worry about Bloodlines 2. Bloodlines 2, what can I say and not get myself in trouble? Let me think. You guys know whenever I stop to think, there's something there. Let me think. I wouldn't be worried about Bloodlines 2. Because Bloodlines 2, there's some good stuff coming after it. Can I say that? Paradox Gaming Interactive, can I say that? Well, I already said it. Ever heard of a game called Foxhole? Nope, but I'm going to add it to the list of things. I'm feeling pretty good, guys, even though I don't know what happened with this tooth. I don't have a migraine today. Maybe I just had an infected tooth. Generally, the doctor told me your teeth can't get infected, but there's like a rare time they can. So, maybe my cat and I are both sick at the same time. I spent 3 months waiting for a founder's pack that actually fits my aesthetic, and this month was too good to pass up. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Yes, I agree. Oh, what's the gold in there? Yeah, let me show you that just so people know. That gold, those little gold things, those are embers. Embers are um embers are cash shop currency only. So that gold in there isn't in-game gold. That pile is embers. That's why they have the little phoenix stamp on them. There's two types of currency for Intrepid. There are embers and there are embers and there are Intrepid bucks. Intrepid bucks are the money you get for your referrals. You can convert that into real world money, or you can convert that into embers. I'm going to say this, I'm going to say it, I'm going to say it, and I'm going to keep saying it. If you guys are pushing your referral codes, that's great. I highly encourage you to do it. If you're a content creator and you're pushing your referral codes, that's great. And I highly encourage you to do it. You need to realize that if you accept more than, if you're American, I don't know the rest of the world's taxes. I believe it is if you accept more than $600 in referral money, you're going to get a 1099G or a 1099 miscellaneous. I forget which 1099 it's going to be. Once you start taking money out of your referral account, you are self-employed. You are running a self-employed marketing, advertising, affiliate business. Do not get yourself hemmed up with lying on your taxes. You want to talk about more, you can PM me on Discord. I'm not a tax expert. I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express once. I stayed at a La Quinta. I stayed at wherever I needed to stay at in order to be a tax expert. But no, I actually have my tax expert. After the show, I got to call her because corporate taxes are different than personal taxes. Just realize that you are a business. You've got like 80 referrals, should be enough for a free sub. Yeah, you probably have enough that every 7 subs that doesn't have any subs, paying for a month gives you a month of sub time. It is not a pyramid scheme. People kill me with this pyramid scheme shit. It actually is an inverse pyramid scheme. The better off your referrals do, the less money you get from them. That's the other way around in a pyramid scheme. Do you think guns will be introduced at any point in the game? Guns, lots of guns. Guns and guns. Where the fuck is my noob tube? Boom, here comes the pain. Here comes the noob tube. No, the guns are going to, the noob tube is probably, the potion launcher, the noob tube is probably not going to make the MMO. It's too powerful. It's too much muchness. There's no black powder, so there won't be gum. There won't be guns. They gave us multiple races with multiple sub races. Yes. Argage 2? Argage 2 is a thing. It is in development. That's all I can tell you. Baldur's Gate 3 needs some work, though. Yeah, every game needs some work. You know what? Can we all just agree that until we start yelling at game developers and telling them to stop releasing bullshit unfinished games, we're going to stop buying them? The problem is that we won't stop buying them. Like, for example, Crusader Kings 3. Crusader Kings 3 released, and then like less than a month after it released, they did so many changes. The change log was 20,000 words. Guys, if you don't know what 20,000 words equates to, 20,000 words is a master's thesis. If you guys didn't know that, it's the low end of a master's thesis, but Paradox Interactive wrote a damn master's thesis on their changelog for Crusader Kings 3. It was amazing. It was amazing. By the way, guys, I don't always call out the follows. I do appreciate all the follows. So we got Dante Purple Guy, we got Peter Godlike, Borelli, Beaker Dragon. Who else did we get? That's it. I stopped calling out all the follows because for a while, what we were just getting, it was like a follow. It was a Borelli. It was just a follower. It was just a follower fiesta. But I do appreciate all the follows. CAD fan. I do appreciate all of them. just as I grew, I kind of popped from like a small, like 1 or 2 follows a show to all of a sudden, boom, we were getting a ton. So my undergrad was 6K, my master's was 10K. My master's thesis was in like the 30,000 range, if I remember. So 20K is a master's thesis. You had to write 100K for my master's dissertation. That's a lot. That's like about the size of a PhD. That's like a doctoral dissertation at 100,000 words. My master's thesis, I think, was in the 30s, but I had about another 30 in studies. I wrote a really interesting master's thesis. It was the effect of 4x4 block scheduling on social studies achievement test scores. I'm sure none of you give a shit. I'm just being honest. Guys, I fixed my Stream Deck, I think. We're going to see how it works this show. I think I know what I did wrong. So we're going to see if that fixed that. Yeah, I don't think the potion launcher is going to make it to the final game. No black powder. I wonder what the ships will use to sink each other. Just ballistas and boarding each other. No, it's not going to be boarding each other. Steven wants the ship fights to be meaningful. Now, what are they going to do? I don't know. I'm waiting on more on that. That's on the list. It's Steven. Give me naval content, Steven. I'm going to declare war on your house. I'm going to steal Riley and Silas, and I'm going to run off with Herman. Riley and Silas are his dogs, not his kids. Herman is his starter bread. Well, not his starter bread. John's starter bread. I mean, it's theirs. Joint. John Moore makes his own bread every Sunday. Dude, I don't even buy bread every Sunday. And this dude's coming. Highly effective TV. That's an awesome Twitch screen name, by the way. Good on you. Good idea. I wish I hadn't named my channel what I named it. But we're fucking too late now. I have not made bread before. I mean, I made bread when I was a kid with like grandma, but I haven't made bread as an adult. I don't make bread. I buy bread. You know what I do? Thanks. Follow my Twitch. Bad marketing. Bad segue. Need to get better at that. You should have told me why I want to follow your Twitch. You should have said like, thanks, like you needed to talk that up. Not really a good segue. I know you hate it. Yeah, I hate it. I hate that segue. Gotta get better at that, man. Any Twitch partner news? No, unfortunately. Unfortunately. So. What's the big? When is the next big Ashes info drop coming? Friday. Creative director's letter will be on Friday, and it's gonna contain alpha stuff. And what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm going to actually stop this right here because I want to talk about it. I want to talk about alpha, and we're gonna input a stream marker right here, just so add stream marker with notes, and we're gonna talk about alpha 1. I'm adding a stream marker for this one because I want to talk. So first off, I want to move back out here. I want to move back out here because I want to talk about alpha 1, and I want to talk about the good, and I want to talk about the bad. And this is where Intrepid has walked themselves into a minefield. And the next couple of minutes is not going to be pretty. But I'm going to say, I'm going to start with the good. I tell you guys all the time, you're going to advocate for something. You got to talk about the good. You got to talk about the bad. I want to talk about why Alpha 1 sales reopening is going to be a good thing. If Alpha 1 sales reopen, it means that they're confident in their build. It means all of the problems that they were having during Apocalypse have been resolved. And it means all of the testing with the initial 10,000 alpha testers shows that their backend is stable. I am not against them selling Alpha 1 and making more money. I am not against them reselling Alpha 1 and getting a huge marketing push. Now, I want to remind you guys, when you do a marketing push, there is the good marketing and there is the bad marketing. And what do people mean by bad marketing? Good marketing is where you spend very little and you get a very large return on investment. Bad marketing is where you spend anything and you get no return on investment, or you get a negative return on investment. So now we got to talk about the bad part of reopening Alpha 1 sales. And this is where Steven and I are friends. This is where sometimes friends got to call friends out. A little while ago, Steven and I had a conversation, and it got kind of heated in the Discord, and I don't give a shit. I'm gonna say what needs to be said because I don't represent Steven. I'm not. If Steven hires me to be his new marketing director, his new public relations officer, then I represent Intrepid Studios. As long as I'm only an official content creator, I just go by the stuff they say. And one of the things they said is that they will be ending Alpha 1 sales this month. And then I even bolded it at Steven's request. We will be suspending the Alpha 1 package of sales at the end of the month. And then Steven got all pissy and bent out of shape. And this is the advice I give to Steven in this regard. People are going to attack you from all sides. People are going to attack you from the outside. People are going to attack you from the inside. People are going to attack the most loyal people you think, your official content creators, you're going to feel attacked. Just because you feel attacked doesn't mean I'm attacking you. Sometimes I'm just doing my yeah buts. Hey, this is how you feel, but yeah, but this is how the community sees it. And Steven decided to go through in bold a bunch of things. This is the last month for Alpha 1 Intrepid pack sales. Sure. This is the last month for Alpha 1 Intrepid pack sales. It doesn't say it's the last month for Alpha 1 sales. It says it's the last month for Alpha 1 Intrepid pack sales. Very well done. Very, very well done. Because if you call the packs something else when you start reselling them, as long as they're not Alpha 1, you're good. Steven says, referred to the closure of the Alpha 1 sales twice with the term suspended. And if words matter, the term suspended is a temporary closure. Yes, absolutely. And this is where Steven was right. I think the desire to hold me accountable is great, and I wish more studios did it. However, there is a fine line between holding one accountable and reeing out of proportion, especially when said reeing is off base. Well, this is where I took a conversation to private. I said to Steven, do you know the history of reeing? And he legitimately didn't. He thought it was only the frog thing. Steven actually publicly apologized. He did not know that reeing refers to the sound that autistic people make when they're frustrated. He didn't know that. I have no reason to doubt him. He's never lied to my face. So I confronted him about it in private. He publicly said, hey, it's been brought to my attention that reeing is also referred to autistic people and the sound they make. That was never my intention. So I don't want you guys to read anything into the bottom part of that. I want to make sure that even Steven, even though it's about Steven, he wasn't making a dig at autistic people. He wasn't trying to be toxic. If you look that up, he actually says, he shows the clip he's referring to. And this is great, except on Tuesday, August 7th in 2018, and I put a big blue arrow that says pre-Margaret, last call for Alpha 1 sales. We will be closing the sales of Alpha 1 in order to keep this number below 10,000. Now, here's the minefield. I told you guys once on the show before, I think their intention was only to suspend Alpha 1 sales. I believe, because I judge people based on their actions, I believe their intention was to only suspend Alpha 1 sales. However, in the email they sent out, they very definitively used last call, closing the sales. Now, when Steven says the term suspended is a temporary closure, and it absolutely is. Closing is a permanent closure. It is not temporary. When I'm closing the sales of something, and you'll notice it doesn't say closing the sales of Intrepid packs. It says closing the sales to Alpha 1. This is where it's a huge nightmare. This is where it's a huge potential minefield. And I really hope Intrepid is paying attention to this, because if they're not, they're going to get crucified. If your company is fully funded and your company is not suffering any monetary hardships, and you have enough money to run the distance, then you don't need to reopen Alpha 1 because you need the money. I say making extra money is great because money fixes a lot of problems. Money lets you bring on more artists. It lets you bring on more people. It lets you get a lot more of the things done and a lot faster. But what I'm concerned about is that Intrepid's going to jump the gun like they did before, where they said in 2018, we might monetize the BR if it's successful. And then all of a sudden, before it was successful, they monetized the BR. So if people are expecting an announcement in the Friday Creative Directors letter that they're reopening Alpha 1 sales, You absolutely positively do not want that in the creative director letter on Friday. Because if they do, then Intrepid has a huge integrity problem. Because you can't say that based on the testing, we're going to open up when you've only had about 500 people testing it. I think Intrepid, and this is my advice to Steven. This is after you know, after we come in here and we see this. Steven gets offended when he feels like he's being attacked. It's a perfectly human reaction. I get offended when I feel attacked. You guys have seen me on my show. If you attack me personally, I have the option. I just ban your ass. This is my platform. If you're attacking me personally, I can just ban you. If you're attacking one of my viewers, you will most certainly get banned right out of the box. It's kind of like, I'll take a few headshots. I'll take a few headshots. I'll engage with you a little bit. I have moderators. If they feel you're attacking me, you're attacking a community member. My moderators know the rule is, if you can justify it in less than a sentence, you're golden. Steven needs to learn to grow as a public relations person. When Steven feels like he's confronted and he wants to get like nasty back to people, and he's gotten nasty with me before. That's fine, because I've gotten nasty with him. I can take as much as I dish, because I can dish a whole lot more than most people. But Steven needs to learn to honestly shut the fuck up and let his PR company or Margaret handle the situation. Because Margaret inherited this mess. Margaret inherited rhetoric from 3 months before she was at the company, and she gets blindsided that she doesn't know that very definitive language was used. Steven needs to listen when something gets called out, and then he just needs to be calm about it and say, let me get all the facts. Because when this happened, Steven and I were getting kind of heated with each other because he was so hung up on the fact that he used the word suspended when at the very beginning of the thought, he used the word ended. So you've got one linear thought, and he says the term suspended twice. Yeah, it was used twice in the live stream, but not in the way he thinks he's inferring. But he felt personally attacked, so he personally attacked back. It didn't work out well for him, because now he's got this. It's like, great, man. It's great that you want to. We're talking about one instance. We're talking about the live stream, but now we're talking about the letter you sent out, and now what? Because if you pull up this letter from August 7, 2018, the word suspended is used exactly 0 times. So that's the thing I say. In 2018, Steven was really kind of new at public relations. He didn't have a marketing director on staff. I don't even think they had signed the contract with Critical Hit yet in 2018. They got to realize that they have to know everything they've said from the first day they said something until now. They need to be really, really careful with this minefield. And I need to be really careful with that light. The reason why they need to be really, really careful is if they try to sell Alpha 1 access too soon, it's going to blow up in their face. If you guys are expecting Alpha 1 sale announcements to be in the Friday letter, it's not going to be there. It shouldn't be there. It absolutely should not be there on Friday, because you've tested with about 440 people is what you've said, but you have 10,000 Alpha 1 backers already. Should there be an Alpha 1 date on Friday? Yes, absolutely there should. But is there going to be we're opening up Alpha 1 sales? No. Now, with all that said, how do they sell Alpha 1 again without offending everybody and walking into a minefield? It's simple. You speak honestly and plainly. Hey guys, it's been brought to our attention that in 2018, there was a lot of mixed messages, a lot of mixed signals. Number one, we were wrong. We used definitive language in the letter, as has been pointed out to us, that we were ending the sales of Alpha 1. There are some of you who made your Alpha 1 purchase in August of 2018, thinking it would be your last chance to ever get into Alpha 1. For that, we apologize. Next paragraph. On our original development timeline, we had planned on having Alpha 1 in Q2 of 2019. Obviously, that didn't pan out. We had to scrap our back-end engineering. We found that out during APOC. We had a lot of different pieces of things going on. and then be transparent about your reasons and don't make excuses. Be transparent about your reasons. Hey guys, we were a young company. Steven's already said I didn't hire on producers. You just run with that. You run with the statement you've already made. I made mistakes. I was wrong. I thought X. X didn't happen. With that said, I want to assure you the data we have from Alpha 1 shows we are ready to have more Alpha 1 testers, but we are not ready to call the product Alpha 2. We are not ready to invite the next bow wave of people. We are ready to reopen Alpha 1 sales. We do acknowledge we use definitive language. We also are acknowledging we're 10 months and 14 days past launch. We're also acknowledging we're 18 months past the original Alpha 1 window. If you do that, there is nothing anybody can hit you with. The truth is the greatest armor you can ever wear, because nobody ever can hit you with the truth. Nobody can ever use the truth against you. Now, if the truth about you is negative, then it's not the truth they're using against you, it's the act. But I think if Intrepid wants to reopen Alpha 1 sales, after the last little dust up that happened about Alpha 1 sales, and now that the letter gets brought into it, that's definitive. You said you were ending Alpha 1 sales. You didn't say anything about Intrepid packs. You never used the word suspended. The problem is that it looks kind of greedy as fuck. It looks kind of EA. It looks kind of Activision. It looks kind of Blizzard. It looks kind of Gamigo, like Tryon, like Nexon, like XL Games, like Kakao. If you want to be the trendsetter in making the MMORPG genre different, you have to be different. You have to be willing to lose all of your fans. You have to be willing to give all of it up with the truth and then hope that people stand by you. But if they open up Alpha 1 sales in the creative director letter on Friday, then that's I'm going to be honest, that's a really big game over for Intrepid. They're going to lose big if they say in the letter on Friday they're opening up Alpha 1 sales. What did you guys get nasty with each other? We get nasty with each other all the time, but Steven's like my little brother. I mean, honestly, the way Steven and I fight, Steven's a very intellectual person. Steven's very passionate about his product, his company. Steven is still learning how to be a leader. Steven is a very good leader, but sometimes you got to just let the other guy talk themselves out. You got to see the guy's other argument. If you don't know what's in the entire argument coming, don't get pissed about the first things that come out of somebody's mouth. In fact, don't ever get pissed, period. Don't get angry. Arguing angry leads you to making statements that then get copy and pasted and you can never undo them. Sure, you can delete them off the Discord, but once they're copy and pasted, contrary to the belief of some people, if you delete a comment or you retract a comment, that doesn't mean you didn't make the comment. If you retract a comment, you still made the comment. So sometimes Steven gets heated. He's getting better at it. And the one thing he's getting better about is he's not banhammering people. And let me explain banhammering people when they're not being belligerent. If somebody is being logical in their argument and they're not being belligerent, they're not being crass, they're not being crude, they're not throwing profanity, and you ban them, that ban legitimizes their argument. You ban them because you didn't like what they were saying. Now, I don't care if they have the best argument in the world, but if they're cussing at you, they're being nasty, the tone they're taking, then fucking punt them. Because it is as much what you say as how you say it. So Steven and I box publicly. But the reason why Steven boxes with me publicly is he knows that I represent a large cross-section of the sentiment of the Ashes of Creation community. I am certain now, after doing some research, nobody has made more Ashes of Creation content than me. Nobody. That just making the most content doesn't make me legitimate. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that I have so many different people engage on a weekly basis, I'm reaching a lot of people on a personal level, not the lazy peon. What is he at? Fucking 2 million views now. I'm not reaching like the infomercial level people. I'm reaching you guys on a personal level. Let's see. What about giving an extra to people who bought the on 2018, like a special cosmetic? I don't think people want a shiny. I think people want a reaffirmation that the company is growing and that they're listening. I don't want a shiny for that. I don't think a shiny fixes it. I think a legitimate, like when Steven came out and I was attacking him, and like I tell you guys, I attack the shit out of him sometimes. And he came out and said, "You're right. You're absolutely right. Before 2020 was never a realistic timeline because when I said it, I didn't have industry producers. I didn't have industry producers because I had heard bad things about them. Guys, a producer for an MMO is a project manager. It's just a very specialized type of project manager. Babbletron is a project manager, but in the entertainment world, they're called producers. But that's just a shiny name for project manager. Just like on a factory floor or at a job site, they're called foreman. That's just a fancy term for project manager, not manager, not leader, not supervisor. They have a special skill set. So what if they gave out more monthly subscription credit to early A1 buyers? Again, that's a shiny. We don't need a shiny. I hate shiny. I hate compensation. I hate compensation. I don't want compensation. I want to feel motivated that you have heard the argument, you acknowledge it, you understand it, and you're responding to the complaint. Sure. At Universal Studios this weekend, there were people that were in line for 4 hours. Or no, I'm going to use the train example. The Hogwarts Express got backed up. It was a 2-hour wait. It was the only way for you to go park to park. If you left the park, you were locked out because the parks were closed. They actually have a walking path between the two parks. It took Universal Studios like 2 hours to figure out the train was so backed up they needed to open the walking path because people didn't want to ride the fucking train. People just wanted to get over to the other park. It took them 2 hours to open up that walking path. The compensation that they give out, they sometimes give you a single-use express. If you complain, they'll give you a single-use express pass. People don't want you to take 2 hours to open up the walking path. People want you to hear the complaint and realize, shit, maybe we should open up some sort of walking path between the two parks because every fucking day the train gets backed up. You know what I'm saying? They don't want a one-time shiny. They want you to address the root core problem. I don't see any reason other than money to open up A1 sales. You've already had the desired number of testers. Why do you want more? Just sell more Alpha 2 keys. Blackson, here's the thing. There is a reason to sell more Alpha 1 testing sets because the testing timeline has accordioned out way longer than they thought. They thought that they were going to do Alpha 1 in a quarter, Alpha 2 in a quarter, Beta 1, Beta 2 in a quarter in launch. They're going to be testing Alpha 1 for a long time. The big thing is, and we've talked about it on the show, there's 10,000 Alpha 1 pack holders, but there's probably only about 2,000 testers out of that 10,000 group. There's going to be a bunch of people who go in, take a look around, realize the game is not feature complete. It's not an Asian game. It's not an Asian game import. And they're going to be like, fuck this, I'm out. So you're going to be down to, I would imagine you're going to be down to about 2,000 testers. Now I will 100% test every single thing there is to test. I won't stop testing Alpha 1 until I feel I've touched everything. That's me. I'm a tester. I'm not an advanced player. So You know you want a Reddit argument when you pick apart someone's argument and they don't reply, but they downvote your comment. Yeah, unless, of course, somebody just said, unless it's a bad comment. Sometimes you don't respond because it's useless. Yeah. But here's the thing. Going to Reddit to have a discussion is like putting your hand in a blender. I mean, you already know it's going to be shit. I mean, arguing on Reddit is like putting a saddle on a cow. You're going to work like hell, but what's the point? The testing is to see what the game can handle and improve on. What would opening up Alpha 1 sales for more people do for testing? Alpha 1 has a lot of steps, actually. It's testing. Let me see if I can do this without writing it down. Alpha 1 testing is going to be testing the patcher, the installer, the patcher, the uninstaller. It's going to give you information on a lot of combat data. It's going to, if the more people you put in it, the more people you can see. The first thing somebody made was an X. So the first thing that somebody made was a tank. The first thing somebody made was a mage. It's going to give you a lot of information. It also allows you to see what your server can handle. And there are some game design decisions that need to be made. There is a huge difference in Ashes of Creation if the concurrent population is 8,000 and the concurrent population is 10,000. There is a huge difference in how the game is going to function if your servers go to shit at 8,000 concurrent players when you were aiming for 10. There's also a lot of game design decisions that have to happen if you get to 10 and you're like, nah, we can push to 12. So they need that early data. Remember, you don't put the roof on the house before you build the walls. You don't pour the concrete for the foundation before you dig the hole. Intrepid Studios isn't a company that knows from 1, 2, 3 other games or from 10 years worth of data how many people they can put on a server. 10,000 people per server is a pretty damn ambitious goal because it's a seamless world. And yes, a seamless world has different servers. We're not going to go into the technical discussion, but they need to get some data. And so, yeah. I always get the sense that Steven is a salesman at heart, and he wants to put the Alpha 1 back up for sale because of the substantial new audience they've reached over the past couple of months. Yes. The problem right now is Intrepid can't do any marketing and they can't do any advertising because they don't have a product to sell you. And what I mean by that is people want immediate gratification. In the 2000s, especially 2020, people want immediate gratification. You don't know how many people that say, hey, can I get your referral code? They make their account. They're like, how do I get into Alpha 1? I'm like, Alpha 1's not even up yet. And they're like, well, then what am I buying? You're buying in October 2020 a testing option that's still going to be for sale after next year. What do people want to spend their money on right now? 30 series graphics cards, PS5s, Xbox Series, what is it? Xbox X's? I don't even know. I don't have an Xbox. Xbox X's, whatever. People want to spend their money today on something they can have today. People don't want to spend their money today on something they're going to have next year because there's so many things right now that you can buy and have today. Intrepid doesn't have a product to sell. So, with that said, guys, I do want to remind you, I am doing Operation Supply Drop, and today is a dollar for dollar matching. So at the end of the show, we started off the show with $795. This is the charity that I've been working on. We've raised $795 out of $1,000 goal. So I'm really proud of you guys as a community. We did a lot of work. I am matching dollar for dollar today up to $100. So one of you, if we want to hit that $1,000 goal, one of you will have to kick in an extra $5 because I'm only doing another 100. I just wanted to remind you guys, I forgot that today was the 14th of October. So we're doing that. Big, but I mean, it's huge, guys. It's absolutely huge. We've raised so much money and we haven't really been a charity stream for very long. Next month, I'm doing a 24-hour stream, guys. You guys got to help me out with some ideas. What's going to get you guys to open the wallets for the kids an extra life next month? So make sure you talk to me about that. But I saw something out of the corner of my eye and I was like, oh, damn. Oh yeah, it was Stream Elements set it at 9:59 and I hadn't set it. I think what you said about owning it is true, and I agree. Throwing a shiny to your fans in addition to owning your mistakes wouldn't hurt, though. Yeah, it does. And here's why I disagree with you, 46 Nation. If you make a statement and you throw a shiny, you still threw a shiny, and people don't give a shit about the statement. You have to be real and authentic. You have to be real and authentic. And throwing a bauble on top of your statement. Boom. There's 10. I'm on the hook for 10. Appreciate that. I am on the hook for 10. I think if you throw a bauble onto something, well, shit. There's $1,000 raised today, guys. Give me just one moment, because if you're gonna drop 100, if you're gonna big dollar the charity right out of the box, then I got a big dollar the charity right out the box.
Here we go. Money talk.
Been deployed myself, so I give back, and I always will. There we go. But that doesn't get me off the hook, because there we go. Let me do this. Fundraise. Oh, let me do this. One second. Let me make sure. Let me make sure that I get it right, because I'm always afraid. There's another 15. I appreciate it. Love it. The men and women of the U.S. Armed Forces will appreciate you. They're gonna be getting. There we go. Jahlon donated $100, because whenever I say dollar for dollar matching, I always do it live. So you guys are the best. That takes us up to 1,100. Let me send a quick tweet on that. You know, you guys are the best. I love it. Oh yeah, we are well over the goal. Oh no, hold on. And I can't do that one. That would be bad. I nearly pushed out my my personal account and stuff. That would have been bad. I don't want to do that. I did that once. Let me do this. You guys are awesome. You guys are gonna have me doing like curls and eating cookies next month. There we go, guys. I said that we would raise them $1,000. We raised them 1,120. You guys, if you want to see it, there is the link. You can just go there. You can see that we did it. We got a lot of people. You guys are great people. We got a lot of people dropped $100 for the men and women of the armed forces. We raised $900 in $100 donations alone. So you guys are awesome. I appreciate you. Start saving those pennies, man. Those pennies don't need to come to me. Those pennies can go to the children next month. Remember, November 7th. On November 7th, I'll be doing a 24-hour stream. I'm gonna be eating cookies. I'm gonna be making cookies with little numbers on them, and those numbers are gonna be tied to like free weight exercises. I can't do push-ups. Normally, I would just do push-ups, but I can't do push-ups. I have a shattered upper arm. My arm never healed, so I can't do push-ups. I'm going to be doing curls and stuff. November 7th, I believe, is Extra Life. I think Frost is going to be trying to do a little bit. I don't think Frost can do a 24-hour, right? Because you have work. I can't do push down. I can do like push-ups on a stool. I'm trying to figure out how to do that. So I'm trying to do bits and pieces. I can, depending on when we start. I think, isn't there a set start time, Frost? Frost is my extra life expert. So Frost is my extra life expert. He's just getting me involved in it. So if I screw it up, it's his fault. Let's see. As a streamer myself, I'm more worried about them dropping the NDA way too fast. Waste, you taught me how to say this once before, and I apologize. I used to tell my kids when I was a teacher, you know, ace, ace. I don't know. I'm gonna butcher that. I do agree with you. As a streamer, I was worried about them dropping the NDA way too fast, but the game looks great. The game looks great. So, yeah. So we're good with that. As you guys are seeing on the screen, you see the big pre-alpha footage. This is the old Freehold video. I'm gonna let this one play through. Some people have said that this video, actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna restart this one so we can talk about this. This is the oh, hold on. Guys, we got a package. We got a package. So excited. We're gonna do an unboxing. Wonder what it is. I know what it is, but you guys don't know what it is. But we the NDA coming down. This is the old footage, right? And people say that this footage looks better than the new footage. The footage doesn't look better. The footage looks different. So here's what I'm gonna do. Like every good streamer, I got a little boxy. I'm gonna put the little boxy back there. And you know what I'm gonna make you do? I'm gonna make you wait. I'm gonna make you wait to find out what's in the box. There is a there is a box, and you're gonna have to wait to find out what's in it. But no, I do agree that the NDA coming out, the NDA coming down too soon, could hurt the game. Could hurt a lot of games. So what we're looking at was looking at the old Freehold footage, and then as soon as this is done, I'm going to show you the new Freehold footage. I think the game is ready to be shown. Open the box. The cat's demand to sit in it. Nah, he's upset. Cloud's upset because his brother's at the vet again. What's in the box? What's in the box? You want the box? I'm gonna make them wait till the top of the hour. Then we'll open up the box. So I totally agree with you though. Dropping the NDA too soon is a problem. Wow, that's Sunrise, man. Amazing stuff. So when you were in the forces, was gaming still a thing? When I was in the military, gaming always had to take a back seat. It was hard being in a guild to it was hard to be in a guild when I was in E6, it wasn't too bad because I worked at the headquarters building and I was a file clerk, and there's not a whole lot of late hours when you're a file clerk. I mean, there were sometimes I got a call. It's like, hey, this didn't get routed, and I'd be like, would you like me to come back? And sometimes they said yes, sometimes they said no. But most of the time it wasn't a big deal. Then again, I wasn't one of these people that left work early. I wasn't one of these people that left work early when there was work to do. I stayed. So some nights I was at work until like 6. Other nights, my boss would see me getting out the stuff that I would need to start the next big push. And my boss would be like, are you getting ready to start the next? Because long story short, they hadn't maintained their records in accordance with like all of the file plan tables and rules. And so we had rows and rows and rows of filing cabinets that needed to be completely redone and relabeled and reorganized. And so it would be like a Thursday, And I was making good progress through the file stuff, and my boss would be like, "Are you getting ready to start a new filing cabinet?" I'd be like, "Yeah." My boss would be like, "Just go home. Go home, start it tomorrow. Don't do your ancillary training, do your whatever. Go to PT in the morning, enjoy your Friday. Don't start this until Monday because you're gonna be here all night." Because that's how I was. So most of the time when I was enlisted at the end of my career, gaming was fine. When I got my commission, Tamir will tell you, I didn't have any time. I had to learn how to be an officer. I was medical, and then I was a file clerk, and then I was a logistician. I didn't know shit about being a logistician. So I was reading all the time. So let's see. They do have an official start time. Most are not 100% in sync with the official stream. Well, I'm going to do mine. I'm going to do mine in sync with the official time then, Frost. The official start time is 8 a.m. your time, so that's 9 a.m. my time. So I'm going to do 9. So I have a 25-hour stream, don't I? No, I don't. It's not going to be a 25-hour stream because daylight savings time ends on November 1st this year. Nice. So what's in the box? Okay, so that was the old Freehold footage. This is the new Freehold footage that Intrepid never put on their YouTube channel. And I think this new Freehold footage looks beautiful. So we need some more options to use our paradox points on. Make a 20 to 30K one. I got no ideas in case you ask. If you have paradox points, contribute them to the box. The box, man, the box. I do need ideas for what to put them on. I do need ideas for paradox points. Let me go back to my other page. I'm gonna try to figure out ideas for paradox points. I also have to contact my artist about the next set of emotes because I owe you guys emotes. Hey, Frost, I do apologize to you too, man. There's a bunch of you that have emote points that you should have 8 emotes on my channel and you only have 7 because I didn't give you guys ones with for I think the 10K bits one or whatever bits one it is. There's like a bunch of people that have it. I didn't put one there, so I'm gonna be getting more emotes made. Until you open the box, a physical copy of the director's letter is in both and not the box. Steven wouldn't send me a physical copy. But 20K for 5 minutes of an Irish accent. Man, I can't do that. My wife wouldn't allow that one because if I use my Irish accent too much, then it becomes permanent and it has a psychological effect on people. If once I slip into my Irish accent all the time, it's bad. Vetoed. Yeah, vetoed. Tamir, do you want to tell him? Do you want to say it so people don't think I'm bragging? Do you want to type into chat why you veto me using my Irish accent? Offer dungeon carry runs in your server for 100,000 paradox points once the game launches. That'd be cool. Hey, somebody subscribed to tier 1. I appreciate you. That's you reaching into your pocket. That means I'm giving you good quality entertainment. If I join the stream from the start, it will result me being awake for 36 hours. Yeah, there's Tamir. When I'm walking around in my Irish accent, girls swoon. They stalk and they swoon. They follow me around. They won't stop talking to me. And my wife has to be like, you know he's married, right? He is? And she's like, yeah, to me. Yeah. The worst thing my parents ever did was get me to stop talking like this. I go in and I ask for a shot and a beer. And the women are just like, oh, it's on the house for you. Boys do too. No. No. Dude. I'm gonna be honest. I can't dig up the Irish that my dad taught me. Can't dig it up. It's buried. That is like me with the Southern accent when I grew up and lost when we moved to Illinois. Yeah. So. Okay. So what do we got, guys? That was a good first hour and 27 minutes. I've been getting a lot of questions. Let me tell you, I've been getting a lot of really good questions. Let me bebop over to my YouTube for a second. I've gotten some really good questions there, and then I want to grab some other stuff. You guys are all educated now, man. You guys are all educated. You're all caught up. I don't like we're not fielding hundreds of questions every day from new people. Although you guys never need to um you guys never need to spend a lot of time answering questions for your new players. Just say, "Hey, go to this guy's stream. He'll answer all your questions." That's what I'm here for. Why don't I tell you a story like about Vera? I actually can. For those of you that are interested in the lore, I do know a lot about the lore. How am I doing? Dude, I am doing amazing. My vacation was awesome. I'm a little worried about my little buddy. Little buddy's back at the vet this morning. Little buddy is back at the vet. We came home. He got his shot of this was like the bad part of our vacation. We found he was pissing blood the day we had to leave. The day before we had to leave for vacation, and we took him to the vet. They gave him a shot of antibiotics. They texted my wife and said they found bacteria in his urine, so 99% sure it's a UTI, and the shot that he got took care of him. But then yesterday, Monday, when we got home, he had pissed all outside the litter box, and one pile of it was red, so it was still liquid, so it would have had to have been fresh. So she took him to the vet this morning, and now I feel bad because I feel really bad because I don't like leaving him at the vet, and we have appointments racked, stacked, and packed today. So my daughter needs to get her annual eye exam. And so she's getting that because if my daughter doesn't get her annual eye exam, that's bad because her vision changes a lot. My daughter is effectively going blind and deaf. So when she changed her name last year, she should have changed it to Helen, not what she changed it to. Because if my daughter doesn't start focusing a little bit, she's like I have zero doubts that she's gonna be blind and deaf by the time she's 30. Hopefully they come up with some better answers. Hey, Feral Loki subscribed for 2 months with Prime. Thank you for answering our questions about Ashes of Creation. I do love when you guys use Prime subs. I love when you guys use Prime subs anywhere. If you have Amazon Prime, then you have Twitch Games. They changed it from Twitch Prime to Twitch Games. So you guys, I love the fact that you use them. If you don't know, you can get Twitch Prime for free. You can get Twitch Games for free for a month. I think it's useful. If you guys don't know about using it, you can basically pay for your Amazon Prime for free every month by ordering things you use anyway. They deliver them right to your house, and with the 5-item discount, you save 15%. 15% should get you covered. Like if you have a cat, you can order your cat food from Amazon Prime. If you get 5 items, they save you 15%. You never pay for Amazon Prime again, not out of pocket. What do you mean changing her name? She changed her name. She didn't like her name. She was born with a name, and she didn't like it. And if you guys don't know this, there are psychological ramifications of your kid hating their name, and she hated her name. Yeah, with Paradox Gaming Network, you save 15% or more on your gaming insurance. Frost, Paradox Gaming Network caravan escorts, save 15% or more on your caravan shipments. Frost is coming up with ideas he doesn't even know them. I need that insurance then if I'd play. Well, you should be streaming and you should be doing what I do and you should be accumulating referrals so your game time is free. Remember, guys, if you have 7 referrals for Ashes of Creation, then you don't pay your monthly sub as long as those 7 people are spending money. You get a handful of referrals now. They spend some money. You get months and months and months of sub time banked up. So, what was I going to do? I was going to YouTube. So, Did you guys see that Disney's talking about not decanonizing the last 3 Star Wars movies, but they're thinking about doing an alternative history or a different 3 movies? And all I have to say is milk that series, but make better movies, please. Because the last 3 Star Wars, movies were horrible. Like Star Trek. Star Trek. Man, I stopped being a Trek fan after Voyager because I hate some of the stuff they've done. Midichlorians. Midichlorians. What are we doing here? Come on. Why is it YouTube misbehaves all the time? Which Gruntag, which one is he doing? I don't know which one is the next Star Wars movies. I don't know which one is the next Star Wars movie because they've got so many things going on. Uh-oh. Little Buddy's done. Little Buddy is done. My wife is gonna go pick up Little Money. Little Buddy now. So we'll find out. I'm not gonna find out his results, but Little Buddy is getting picked up. So that's why it's been so quiet in here today, because Little Buddy hasn't been. Can I open a box? Frost, are you dying to know what's inside the box? I think Frost is dying to know what's inside the box. You know, I said it the other day. Little Buddy, that's my cat. He's my little buddy. But yeah, I'm actually surprised that okay, he must see this box. So you guys know I'm old. You guys know that I'm old, and I come from a different era. I know that I look young, but as you can see, which way? When my hair grows in, I'm starting to become a silver fox. What? You guys know that I come from a different era. And Ghostbusters. And it's a light. It is a light. It's a USB powered light. And I'm decking out the office, right? And I gotta set this stuff up. But how can you have an office like mine without the Ghostbusters symbol? So yeah, we're gonna get that hung in the background. I want to see what it looks like lit up. Who are you gonna call? You're gonna call Jahlon. I will get to your red question in just 1 second. Luckily, I have a USB. Luckily, I have a USB charger. A USB port on my desk. If you guys have never bought one, I suggest you buy a USB outlet for your desk. That way you can just plug in all your stuff. Trying to route it, trying to put stuff in doesn't work really well. Oh, that's a nice size cord. Happy with that. Oh, that's pretty bright. What? Hold on. You hush your face. Why did that only do one light? It should be both. That is actually really, really bright. I mean, comparatively, that's pretty. That is pretty bright. Can I put it under Jack and above Deadpool? I will see. I might have to for the Halloween season. I might have to I might have to. Maybe I might be able to put it there. I'm gonna have to try to figure out a way to do this cord. I don't know if I have a brick. Oh, but it does take batteries, so that's pretty cool. I like stuff. Oh yeah, that might work. Go there for the show. Um, yeah, that actually started off. Um, that actually started off as my like my military shelf. Like it was gonna be my military stuff, but I think my military stuff is gonna get moved downstairs to my. You guys remember the shelves that used to be behind me? I think I'm gonna move some of that stuff down there because that shelf's empty. I don't really. Are you? Hold on, you guys were right. Hold on. I'll take the paper out so you don't pee on it. Although you're not the one that pees on the box. Here you go. The box. It'll keep him entertained. Kitty in a box? No, Kitty was eating the corner of the box. So you were eating the corner of the box. You were. I know. Box cat. Did you guys know if you have a cat and you just get some blue painter's tape and you put a circle on the carpet, the cat will sit in the circle and we don't know why? Anyway, is there a possibility of a red city or a corrupted city, organization, or place where people who PK can survive in? If they can be bounty hunters, why couldn't there be something like Assassination Order or some renowned player or NPC made the system by adding players for money or reward? I think as there is a crafting style player, PvE style player, PvP style player, and somewhat seemingly lawful bounty hunter, there should be an underground style. No, there shouldn't. Let me explain why no, there shouldn't. The corrupted system is already a compromise. Corruption exists to stop the game from becoming a gank box. Corruption is a pine cone shoved up your ass when you're a bad boy or a bad girl to remind you this is not how they want you to play the game. They do this so that you can kill people. You can kill people. They don't want to take away your player freedom because they could just simply make it that you can't flag on people. They could do the new world and say, so they can, you can do it so that we don't want you to kill people, period. So they're not doing that. They are letting you kill people if you want to, but you have to pay the price. No, there will not be red cities. There will not be corrupted cities because the entire world wants corruption eliminated because corruption is what drove people from the world of Vera. We lost our home because of the calamity that caused the corruption. So, no. Did you miss my point usage? No. We were talking about the Ghostbuster sign. So, no, there is not going to be a corrupted city. If you want to PvP people to your heart's content, do it through node wars, guild wars, node sieges, guild sieges, caravan system, the enemy of the state system, play in arenas. But as far as murdering people who don't want to PvP, they don't want that. Keep in mind that if you attack a green and you kill a green, you become a red. Also remember, why don't you like that one? Oh, because segment scene, bounty hunter, because I didn't program it right. A bounty hunter is only a legal target to corrupted. A bounty hunter is a green to non-combatants and combatants. A combatant can't kill a bounty hunter. Only a corrupted can kill a bounty hunter. And a corrupted can only kill a bounty hunter who has his flag on. So there are rules. So what's the shout out thingy for? Can I use it to get attention tonight? Yes, you got attention. Welcome, Ty, for using points. Getting attention. Thank you for all the follows, guys. We are making progress. The channel is growing. I'm very happy with the growth of this channel over the last couple of months. You guys seem to be enjoying the channel. Oh, that's cool. Hey man, I'm gonna give a shout out to my guy on Fiverr. My guy on Fiverr, and if you guys are upcoming content creators, I'm gonna let you know that if you are upcoming content creators, you've never used Fiverr before, this is my Fiverr referral link. Sign up for Fiverr if you ever buy anything. It again puts more money in the kitty. But I'm gonna say this is good business, man. This is good business. I just got a random message from the guy that makes my emotes, and he's like, I just wanted to inform you I now have a new service for creating animated emotes. So if you're interested in my service, let me know, or you can check my gig. I wanna look at your gig. I didn't know we could have animated emotes. This guy is the guy who did he did it. 3 emotes, 3 animated for $75. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. So that's really, really good. But yeah, if you're ever gonna use Fiverr, um, use that referral link. You get a discount, I get a kickback, and then I get to get more emotes. But that's good marketing right there, man. When you offer a new service and you have the ability to send a message to all your old customers, that's good marketing. Let's see. The corrupted cities remind me a bit from Back to the Future. This game does not want bullies. Hey, that's really good. I like that. Really good. How does one become a bounty hunter? Hey, you know what's interesting about becoming a bounty hunter? Go to Ashes 101, and I got an entire page on bounty hunters. You do not need to be a citizen of a military node. That is not true. Right now, the change they're looking at making is that anybody that is in an alliance with a military node, or anybody who is a vassal of a military node, can become a bounty hunter. There's a lot of changes going on with military nodes. There's a lot of changes with a lot of things. Remember, guys, we talk about this. It's the first domino has to fall. The first domino has to fall. They're not ready to say this is definitive. And I am partially to blame, because I'm always trying to get Intrepid to make definitive statements. I've kind of backed off on that now, but I was trying to get them to make definitive statements in 2019 when the game was coming out in 2020, or before 2020. Now that the game doesn't have a release date, I've backed off about definitive statements. The wiki says otherwise. Yes, the wiki is wrong. Unfortunate side effect of the difference between Ashes 101 and the wiki. The wiki isn't wrong in the fact that quote, players can acquire the bounty hunter title through a quest available to citizens of military stage 4 nodes, or of military stage 4. That is an accurate quote, because Steven has actually said that. The problem is Steven has made a more recent statement. The wiki is all community driven. So unless somebody goes and hunts down the quote, they can't add it to the wiki. Nothing gets added to the wiki without a citation. That is good, because a lot of people early on in the wiki were adding shit, but they were putting their own personal flavor on it. It can be true, but not the only thing, maybe. Yes, absolutely. Players can acquire the bounty hunter title if they are a citizen of a military stage 4 node. That is a correct statement. So yeah, you're right. That is true. But you can also get it if you're a citizen of a vassal node of a military node, or if your node is in an allied state with a military node. Now they haven't made definitive answers to that yet. So it may change, it may not. Somebody asked me where was it? BTTV emotes. I don't use the BTTV emotes on my channel. I just have personal reasons why I don't. All right, Frost, you go to sleep. Sleep is good. My two moderators have jobs, so it was nice when everybody was unemployed. I need to find a couple more moderators. I will be looking for moderators soon. Did I participate in the quiz for the wiki? No, not yet. The reason why is I got home on Monday from vacation, and then Tuesday I was high on Valium. I was supposed to have a root canal yesterday that could have resulted in a tooth being extracted. I don't know what's going on up here. I'm in pain, but I'm not like wishing for death. I'm not praying for death right now. So the dentist said There's something going on in that quadrant of my mouth. My 2 dentists disagree which tooth it needs to be, and I don't feel like going out one of the teeth. I would have to go out like $3,000 out of pocket. Because a porcelain crown with a root canal all out of pocket with no insurance. Because I don't even get the insurance discount on that one, because one of the 2 teeth would have to be root canaled for patient preference. And once it's considered patient preference, it's not considered insurance rate. So if you guys didn't know this is another one of those things that I wish they taught in school. And I still have to set up my quick 5-minute timer button, because sometimes I go off on a real world tangent. If you guys didn't know this about insurance, there's 2 parts about insurance that you really want. Number 1 is getting somebody else to pay for it, and number 2, getting the negotiated rate of the service. Did you know that what you pay for a service at a doctor's office is different than what somebody else pays for the same exact service based on the 2 different insurances' negotiated rates? I'm guessing you're not listed as 100% by the VA because they now offer dental if you're at 100%. I am not 100% through the VA, and I would not allow the VA to touch my teeth. I would not allow the fucking military, the VA, a government agency to touch my teeth again ever. I had 7 I was in a accident and I had 7 cracked teeth. It bit like hairline cracks in my teeth that needed some work. And I went through an excruciating amount of pain getting all of my teeth fixed. And then when I got sent to an off-base dentist because of some issues at the dental clinic. And the dentist is like, I don't know who just fixed all these teeth, but I have to refix all of them. And I said, can you do all of them at one time? And the dentist said, I can't do all of them, but I can do one half of your mouth at a time. I said, can you please write that up as a note so I can get convalescent leave? And that's exactly what happened. I walked into the dentist. He did this side of my face, and he did this side of my face, and he sedated me, did all of my teeth at one time, lots of crowns. While he was in there, he was cool as shit. He's like, while I was in there, yeah, I had you sedated, you were unconscious. I drilled out some other fillings, cleaned up some other teeth you had because your teeth were in bad shape. I will never use the VA for dental. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Okay. If I was told that my 2 choices were that I'd have to get George Washington wooden teeth or let the VA touch my teeth, I would get George Washington wooden teeth. I wore braces for 5 years in the Army. I wore braces for 10 months in the Air Force, and then I needed jaw surgery, and I'm still gonna need it. Well, now I don't give a shit because now I don't have to adhere to you must have a minimum bite on the back, because that's the thing in the military. But I wore braces for 10 months while they were gonna do my jaw surgery to create the space they needed, and then I got medically retired, and the surgery was considered mandatory if I was gonna stay on active duty, but the surgery became optional if I was leaving active duty, and I was like, and the worst part was I said, well, keep the braces on. And they're like, we can't. We have to take your braces off because we put them on. We can't retire you until the braces are off. And I was like, this is bullshit. So, will I be streaming anything else? Or will it only be AOC info shows? I will be streaming other stuff. What I'm waiting on is that Twitch partner application status. They said it would take 2 weeks. We're now going into week 6. So I understand they're swamped. I'm just waiting. Let's see. Do you think maybe an hour-long Alpha 1 preview gameplay footage would be a good thing coupled with the CD letter? Yes, I 100% agree that I 100% agree that a 1-hour gameplay footage would be a great thing to put in the CD letter. I hope they have some gameplay in it. I think they almost have to. I think that should be the cookie for it being late. By the way, guys, John Prescott is a tabletop paper and pen game developer. I told John I was going to I told John I was gonna look at that while I was on the plane, and the Chronicles of Ramlar. And the thing is that I had it all ready, and I got on the plane, and there was a movie I wanted to watch, and so I didn't get a chance to look at the table. I got a chance to look at it a little bit, but yeah, there was a movie I wanted to watch. Den of Thieves was on Southwest for free, so sorry, your tabletop game, but you can feel free to post the link to your tabletop game. It looks really good. I love what I see so far. What is the purpose of having a minimum bite requirement? So that you can chew. The anybody who's been military, you all know that the military has some stupid ass rules for some stupid ass reasons. It's because nobody ever goes through like technical orders in AFI and actually understands why we do the shit that we do. But it's there. Um, and nobody ever changes it. That was the thing that drove me nuts for 2 of my years at the Pentagon. I had TOs and AFI and instructions and shit that hadn't been really revamped. We were still talking about stuff that we never did anymore. I was like, let's get all of this shit out of the TO. But Captain, that's gonna take a long time. Yeah, that's what we get paid for. Did I miss your question, lethality? Oh, thoughts on the node systems will work out. Seems it will either be so hard to build, people will give up if it's destroyed, or it will be so easy to grow that it'll be too gamey. No, because the node system is probably the one system I have written the most on. I don't think that the node system is going to be bad. I think the node system is going to be I think the node system is going to be perfect. I think that people are going to give up if their shit gets destroyed, but I'm going to be honest. Those are the type of people that I don't want in my MMO anyway. Oh no, your shit got destroyed. You should have defended it harder. Oh no, our shit got raided. Defend it. That's the point. It was the people in EVE Online that always. It was the people in EVE Online that were trying to move shit into low sec or null sec, and they'd lose their hauler full of stuff, and it was built as a transport ship, not a blockade runner. And then they were like, well, I lost all my shit, I'm quitting the game. And I'd be like, well, can I have your stuff? Don't be surprised if you come to my channel after launch and you're like, I'm on your server and this sucks and I'm quitting. And my response is going to be, can I have your stuff? If you're going to throw your ball out of the stroller and throw a temper tantrum, just give me your stuff. Just let me know where I can come pick it up and quit. But nobody cares that you're quitting. If you're quitting because your node got destroyed and you lost your freehold and your favorite cow and your view, you know, that's life. That's video games. If a purple attacks a green and the green defends himself, will the green turn purple? Yes. If a green attacks a purple, they become a purple. Let's see. I want nodes 3 in it. Nodes 3, I believe Steven has recently updated saying that nodes 3 would be near alpha 1. In fact, I know he said it because he said it to me personally in an interview. However, don't expect nodes 3 to be at the beginning of alpha 1. They need time. They need time to make like nodes 3 is an advertising product. Nodes 3 is an advertising product. Okay, I don't know what's going on with that, but we're gonna skip that for now. And you guys also have to realize they don't need to do nodes 3. They took so long. They took so long doing nodes 3 that I actually did it for them. And so I can't show it on my stream because I included some stuff that's not mine. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a quick break. Go watch nodes 3 and tell me what you think. I'm gonna be back in like a minute. Get everything situated here. Can anyone link again, please? Oh, okay. You got it. Thank you. I love my community because if I'm out of the room, people share stuff. Makes my life easy. I say this all the time. I have the best community on Twitch. There are other people who have communities that are equally good, but nobody has a better community than mine on Twitch. For such a small community, I mean, I say we have a small community, but we actually have a lot of unique viewers that are watching the show. I see new names in every show. We got different names. Some of you are here for multiple shows. I like doing 4 shows a week. It is kind of impacting my ability to do YouTube content. Matt7B is new. Welcome to the community. I like new people. But I see new names every show. That's one of the things I'm worried about growing on Twitch, because I'm not hitting like 200, 300 viewers. I'm not worried about it right now. It's kind of like I care if I make partner or not, because there's things I want to do after I make partner. But if I make partner, great. I'm just not changing the show until I'm done. Does Ashes 101 have all the information about classes that is out at the moment? No. The reason why I don't have the information on classes at Ashes 101 is because all of the information that is on classes is available at the wiki. The problem is that people are getting, I don't want to argue with people, and people start telling me how the classes are going to work. And I say, yeah, really? Based on what? And they're like, based on the wiki. I said, did you miss the point that most of the stuff on the wiki is from Alpha 0? The wiki doesn't take stuff down. I don't want to talk about classes until I get to see it for myself in Alpha 1. Once I'm in Alpha 1, I will update Ashes 101 for all the archetype information that we have access to. So with that said, a lot of that stuff is outdated. A lot of that stuff, like, it's so like there's a page on abilities on the wiki. A lot of it is APOC and a lot of it is Alpha 0. But yes, once we're good to go, I will start updating that. And then, as I told you guys, I'm going to do a show. It'll be like, this is the first Alpha 1 show will be like, wow, this is Alpha 1. Let's do our first impressions. The next one will be, all right, we're doing cleric. Okay, now we're doing tank. Now we're doing fighter. Now we're doing whatever. So we're going to break it down one archetype at a time. If at any time a non-combatant green defends themselves, they become a lawful combatant. No, Ashtech78, that is not true. That is not true. A green does not become a lawful combatant if they defend themselves from a corrupted. So if a green defends themselves against a corrupted, they do not become a purple. You can defend yourself against reds and not become a purple. If you defend yourself against a lawful combatant, then you become a lawful combatant, just like a medic in the military. But if you're shooting at terrorists, you don't become a lawful combatant. Reds are terrorists, purples are the enemy, greens are your allies. Well, greens are not necessarily your allies, but greens are people who are not trying to do you harm. The green attacking reds, not becoming purples, is a problem I have with that. Can I convince Steven to try and poach some devs from Amazon Studios' New World by asking them rhetoric questions like, would you rather work with a soulless corporation who is just in it for the money, or visionaries or who are in it for the passion? Let me explain why you should never poach an employee. This is why you should never poach an employee. If you poach an employee, you know what you're getting. You're getting somebody that doesn't have any loyalty. You're getting somebody that doesn't have any loyalty, because money is usually what causes people to leave companies. If I offer you a $10,000 a year raise to come work for me, and people find out that it only took $10,000 for you to come work for me, it shows you have no loyalty. I don't want money-driven people working for me. Henry Ford said a company that focuses on service will only have one concern about their profits. That is that they'll be embarrassingly large. I would go work for Steven right now. If Steven called me up and said, I need a vice president of logistics, I need a vice president, I need a project manager, I need you to be able to shoulder the burden of a lot of shit I don't want to deal with. I need you to come do process improvement, CPI. I would go work for Steven. Now, I wouldn't move to San Diego. I would work on short-term contracts, short-term projects that he wanted. But Steven is the only person I would come out of retirement for and work for. But I don't believe that money is a good motivator. I believe that you post your job postings and you don't go out of your way to headhunt people that are already working at other studios. I think you go out and you headhunt people that are unemployed right now, and then you get to know them and you find out why they're unemployed. But you guys know on my show, I don't buy into the bullshit that a lot of people that are unemployed actually give a shit. There are some people who give a shit. I don't want to loop. I don't want to loop everybody into that. Also, guys, I did forget to mention it. If you guys are looking to get an Alpha 1 key, there is a chance to get one through their giveaway. You can check that out. The link just posted. Alpha 1 keys can be obtained in the current Halloween thing. That's what I meant, but using that particular rhetoric, like if Steven didn't offer more money, but offered a more passionate workplace, coworkers, money can't buy loyalty, just disloyal people, but passion can buy loyalty, right? Not necessarily. Passion doesn't necessarily buy loyalty. Believe it or not, leadership is what buys loyalty, but you don't actually buy it. Leadership is what gets you followers. You can't have followers unless you're a leader. And you can't because you're a leader and somebody follows. The best leaders don't lead from the front. The best leaders are already behind their people. You're like, what the hell do you mean? The best leader looks at the map, looks at the compass, and says, let's go. And in between saying, let's go, and looking down at the map again, by the time they look up, all of their people are already in front of them, blazing a trail. Because you've given your people a vision, and you've given your people a destination. But you're not telling your people which rocks to step on, which path to take. Sometimes you want your people to take a specific path. Other times you want to get your people to a certain spot. The best way to get the results you want is to let people give you the results that you want. Let them give them to you. I very, 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 very rarely ever tell somebody how to do something. If you work for me, I trust you, because if you work for me, if you fail, it's my fault. Every failure of a subordinate is the leader's fault. I'm rereading Extreme Leadership. I read it when I was active duty. I'm rereading it now that I'm a civilian. Every failure of your team is your fault. It's that simple. If you ever blame somebody other for if you are in charge of a piece of a process and you blame anybody but yourself, you're a bad leader. Bad leader. Something didn't get done. It wasn't yours to do. Yes, it was, because it was you were where the buck stopped. You were where the buck stopped. Report didn't get to the commander by Friday at close. Okay, well, where the hell were you? Because your underling should never be sending a letter to the boss direct. If you owe the letter to the boss by close of business on Friday, you should have it no later than noon on Friday. Because how can you review it for accuracy and give it to your boss if you don't already have it 4 hours in advance? Now, some people do this bullshit where the boss wants it, the status update by close of business on Friday. So you tell your people you want the status update by close of business on Thursday. Well, now the date is a day late. Give your people Friday morning, let them give you the data, make sure you roll it up, make sure you check it for accuracy, get it to the boss. If it doesn't get there, it's not your underling's fault. It's not your followers' fault. It's your fault. You can headhunt people who might want to leave. Also, the best time to apply is when you have work. I don't think you should headhunt people who want to leave. Again, I don't think loyalty is secured by headhunting people. I understand that it's a business practice. That doesn't mean I It doesn't mean I endorse it. I know some people are going to say, well, in order to get the best talent, you have to go and get the best talent. No, I don't think so. I think in order to get the best talent, you need to be the best leader. You don't go because here's the thing: if somebody's working at Amazon Game Studios and they haven't heard of Intrepid Studios by now, headhunting them is pointless. You just be known for excellence. What is it? Kingdom of Heaven? Your enemies will know you before they ever meet you. You just be known for excellence. My entire team has followed me from employer to employer over the last 15 years. It helps I can pay them more each time, though. Well, your entire team, 100%. Nobody's ever stayed behind to fill the gap, fill the void. 100% of people that worked for you have always moved employer to employer. Another tangent, I'm curious. Favorite fantasy RPG lore? World of Warcraft, Elder Scrolls, or Witcher? Fuck all of them. None. Zero. I don't like any of them. That one was easy. I like the only thing I like out of that 3 is I like the Wrath of the Lich King in World of Warcraft. I think they did a really good job with I think they did a really good job with World of Warcraft. Best leadership skills in the world cannot buy the best workers. Not true. Best leadership skills in the world can't buy the best workers because you can't buy the best workers. Best leadership in the world will secure the best workers, but obviously, yes, you have to be able to pay them. You have to be able to pay people what they're worth. Amazon offered me a job several times. Amazon has offered me a job several times. Oh, somebody subscribe with Prime. Thank you. You've got a whole bunch of letters I can't even hope to pronounce. I retired. Amazon offered me a job. I literally looked at him and said, "It's not enough." The guy was like, "What do you mean?" I said, "It's not enough." Because I already have X for not working. First of all, I'm not even cleared to work. I can't work. I can't work because I'm likely to snap off and grab somebody by the neck and choke them out. Here, Bezos, handle this for me. Handle this for me this month. There you go. Subscribed for 3 months on a 3-month streak. There we go. You guys are all great pulling out that money out of Bezos's pocket. But no, Amazon offered me a job. I said it's not enough. It's not enough. You can't pay me enough for what you have to pay me. And then they were like, "Well, what about the benefits? What about the benefits?" You like when employers trying to court you, they're like, "Oh, well, we offer a full medical dental package." Well, what's your dental cover? 40%. Well, I already have that. Full medical. I already have that. I don't pay for medical. I pay a $10 copay. Our care for life, baby. I pay a $10 copay. Doesn't matter what the hell happens to me. I pay $60 if I have to go to the emergency room, and I pay $10 for every other visit. As long as I'm admitted to the hospital through the emergency room, the most I will ever have to pay is $120. 60 for the emergency room visit and 60 for the ER for the next day admittance. That's it. I got 17 bullet holes in me. I'm paying $120. That's it. For other people, and that's why I didn't take the job. I'll be honest, I didn't take the job because number 1, I didn't want to work. I already missed so much of my kids' lives. I didn't want to work. Number 2, I wasn't cleared to work. I'm still not cleared to work. Not gonna happen. I'd probably take me another 5 to 10 years to be able to work. And by that point, I'm gonna be too old. Who the hell wants to go back into the workforce at 51 years old? Fuck that. It wasn't all at once. We never all get up and leave. That would screw over previous employers and no reason to burn bridges. But well, I'm gonna be honest. If you leave an employer, you haven't burned the bridge down. But if you leave an employer, you have definitely set the bridge on fire. And that goes back to loyalty. If you leave a company that I'm managing and you leave and then you think you're going to come back, I better really, 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 really need your talent. If you try to come back after leaving, I better really, really, really need your talent because I already know you're disloyal. I already know you're disloyal. The thing is, though, is that disloyalty when it comes to upgrading your own life isn't malicious. It's not malicious. I mean, if companies paid people what they were worth, you shut up. if companies paid people what they were worth, we wouldn't have these problems. But people are starting to figure that out now. Companies are starting to figure that out with the current situation, the current work from home situation. It's funny. A lot of people are working more than an 8-hour day, and they're doing it voluntarily because they realized. And I said that I just did this in one of my Jahlon on videos. I talk about how are you spending your 86,400 seconds. And by the way, guys, if you don't know, I have a completely separate channel where I give advice. Don't scratch my chair because we will box. Okay, we will box if you scratch my chair. We will box. You're 12 pounds. I can pick you up. Stop it. Here's my other channel. There's my other channel. I talk about all sorts of great shit on there. I don't care if it ever grows. The purpose of that channel is for me to leave advice to people, mainly my kids, if I get hit by a bus or I have a heart attack or whatever. Mortality kind of set in when my doctor told me I was like one steak dinner away from a heart attack. That's why I lost 68 pounds so far. But I talk about your 2-hour commute on your ride home. Sometimes people forget. You work 8 hours a day, you have an hour lunch, so you're at work for 9, but you have an hour commute each way. You're spending 11 hours a day working. How are you spending that hour there and an hour back? Are you listening to the radio? Are you listening to self-improvement books? So it's how you're spending your 400 seconds a day is a video I did. Most people never think about it that way. Most people just want to bitch about their lives. Elder Scrolls gameplay amounts to redundant fetch and exploration quests that lead to mostly boring lore as reward. Witcher gameplay at least has quests designed around world building and rewards the player with growth and meaningful choices. I will say, Elder Scrolls has great vignettes. Elder Scrolls has... Why are you on the arm of my chair? Get down. Get down. Elder Scrolls has great vignettes. I like the little side quest chains. I will say that about Elder Scrolls. I did like that. Where did fisticuffs come from? That is a great question. I don't remember. Dude, you're a fucking goat. Stop. Get down. Fighting with the fists. Oh, bare knuckle boxing. That's what fisticuffs is. Fisticuffs is the original form of boxing, closely related to ancient combat sports. It relates to two individuals fighting without padding on their hands. So most people often think they are worth more than they are. It's typically a situation of their managers not being honest with them over time with their performance and strengths and weaknesses. I'm gonna be honest. That's a huge problem I had with the military. Huge problem in the military, and all of my enlisted, you're all gonna know this, especially Air Force. Your EPR is supposed to be an evaluation of your performance, but everybody was a fucking 5. If everybody in the Air Force is always a firewall 5, why does so much shit break? Why does so many things go wrong? If everybody in the Air Force is a firewall 5 on their performance report, then why do we ever have delays or mistakes or errors? A 5 is perfection. A 5 out of 5 with every check mark all the way hard right is perfection. I hated that bullshit. I hated the fact that our promotion system was tied to our performance system. I like the way foreign militaries do some of their stuff. Some of the foreign militaries are like, you're never going to make any more rank, but you're still going to get pay raises. You're not leadership material. You are an outstanding technician. You are the best biomedical equipment repair technician we have, but you suck dick at being a leader. So we're not going to make you a leader. We're not going to give you more rank. We're not going to give you more authority. But what we're going to say is you're going to get the pay of the next rank above you, but we're not going to give you people to supervise. I had a guy who loved being a mechanic. He loved being a mechanic. He was an E6. he never did well on his E7 test. I said, "What the fuck are you doing?" He's like, "I don't want to be a master sergeant. I don't want the responsibility. I don't want to be I don't want to manage people. I just want to fix engines." I was like, you're setting yourself up for failure. He's like, "Why? I'm an E6. I can retire at 20. I don't care." And I was like, "All right, well." I do agree. People think they're worth more than they are. I think leadership is a skill that can be taught, but most people aren't rewarded for developing it. An RPG's gameplay should be focused on role-playing, and Elders across role-playing amounts to stat allocation for the most part. You can do and be everything in Elder Scrolls. There is no choice, only a long checklist of things you will eventually all do and experience in some way every time. Yes. Can we talk about that for a second? I want to talk about I want to talk about all the I want to talk about all the parts of MMORPG. Massive. Massive. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of people. Not 100, not 1,000, more. A couple of thousand at least. Okay. Multiplayer should be easy. You shouldn't be able to do everything solo. You should need other people. Online, that's a no-brainer. Role in role-playing game. You have to have a role. You have to have a unique identity for your class. I do love the fact that clerics are the primary healers, bards are the primary support, tanks are the holy shit tanks, and then you have fighters, rogues, rangers, and mages of damage dealers in different flavors. Summoner is interesting because it's the jack of all trades. I think the game is going to have more summoners than any other class. Because if you can tank effectively as a summoner, you can heal effectively as a summoner, you can support effectively as a summoner, or you can damage deal effectively as a summoner, then why the hell would you not want to be a summoner and have 4 times the value of another character? Some people have said clerics can build into a damage spec. In fact, I'm pretty certain I said clerics can build into a damage spec. With that said, clerics can build into a damage spec. But if clerics can build into a damage spec that rivals mages, rangers, fighters, or rogues, then you're going to have a disproportionate amount of clerics, because why would I not want 2 builds available to me versus only 1? So, if minions are annoying to control, I'm going bard or cleric. I agree. It really depends on the minion AI whether or not I want to be a summoner. I 100% agree. Because you guys know I'm going to have 2 accounts. I'm going to have Jay's account and I'm going to have my alt account, because I want to have a new player-friendly tavern to help people when I can't sleep. Like, oh my god, this week my sleep has been horrible. But I want to be able to sit down and, I want to have a new player-friendly tavern that people can come and stop by and be like, "Hey Jay, it's great to see you." Go there on my streams and be like, "What's up, guys? Let's get a little jazz band. Let's play some hands of cards. Let's do some stuff." But, my alt's going to be a summoner. Unless my main's a summoner. Do I think Unreal Engine 5's release might further delay the release? No. Unreal Engine 5, they're not going to move to Unreal Engine 5 until it's advantageous for them to do so. They can't move to Unreal Engine 5 right now because then they can't do testing in December. They will move to Unreal Engine 5 if going to Unreal Engine 5 speeds up their process. If they move to Unreal Engine 5 and it's going to slow down their process, they'll move to UE5 after launch. I know a lot of people are like, "Well, you can do all these amazing things," and yet, you know what? I understand that. The developer kit's not even available. So when people say you can do all these amazing things with Unreal Engine 5, I always say, "Well, prove it to me," and then that goes away. It's just like somebody told me. I always cross-reference things. I thought the water enhancement was in Unreal Engine 4.25. Turns out it's in 4.26. So I don't know why. And I don't know why. But I don't imagine Intrepid's going to work on their underwater content until after they port to Unreal. And why work on the water until they go to 4.26? Now, at some point, they need to stop upgrading engines. Upgrading engines causes bugs. It breaks shit. If they can go to Unreal Engine 5 and speed up the process, overall, speed up the process. If moving to Unreal Engine 5 is going to slow down the process or not speed up, don't change happy to glad just for the sake of happy to glad. If their art development process works for them and they already have a defined deadline, and just stay with the process that works. Dance with the girl you brought to the prom. Don't be dancing with another girl. It never works out well. Wow, somebody is playing Star Wars Galaxies on Twitch. That's kind of cool. So with that said, I love your knowledge of the MMORPG genre. Yeah, I kind of think that in order to be a streamer that does the type of show I do, I think you gotta learn. You guys, some of those. Would you stop trying to steal my soul? I need to point behind you. Some of those books. Well, one of those books back there is on online game development. I was in school for I was in school for for game design and development. I stopped because things changed, but I may go back and take another class. I did take game design and development 101 introduction. What was it? Introduction to game design and development 101. So, if there's a good Star Wars server out, let me know about it because I want to. I got a fever, and the only cure is more Star Wars Galaxies. And then Ashes of Creation 2 can be made from better Unreal Engine engines. I don't think there will ever be an Ashes of Creation 2. I don't think there will ever be an Ashes of Creation 2. Hats off to you. Man, taking away my top hat. You jerk. You know, I was enjoying my top hat. I can't even. They're gonna take away your chair because I gotta sit. I can't stand with this hat on. Ceiling fan. Sorry, buddy. You gotta give it the chair. Blame the viewers. I'm gonna sit on you. I'm gonna sit on you. He's not giving up the chair, guys. He doesn't believe I'll sit on him. Can I have my chair? This is my chair. Boom. What was that? Prime reaching into Bezos' wallet. So, more than likely, there'll be an Ashes of Creation 2 with an engine upgrade. No, probably not. You are being a jerk. Go. There will probably not be an Unreal. There will probably not be an Ashes of Creation 2. I don't see that happening. I don't see an Unreal. I don't see an Ashes of Creation 2 happening. When you go to a sequel, it means you failed your original product. Now, if you mean Ashes of Creation, 2. Well, yeah, of course. Of course, they will eventually upgrade the engine. Eventually, yes. If anything, over time they will remaster with a new engine. Yeah, absolutely. It's possible they will do a build world over time like Elder Scrolls. Yeah, exactly. That's what they're gonna do. You're not gonna have Ashes of Creation 2. Do you think racially themed Metropolis should give a slight buff to the race it's themed after while those other races are in the metro? No, I don't. Otherwise, you're gonna have min-maxing. The last thing you want is rewarding min-maxing. If you give a buff to the race that has the racial theme of the Metropolis, then guilds will just all play the same race, and then they'll get a Metropolis, and then boom, boom, boom. It's really, really, really difficult to stop min-maxing in a game like Ashes of Creation. I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I worry about Ashes of Creation. I think their project is too ambitious. I think it is too ambitious. Hold on. Gun safety training. I don't need gun safety training. Thank you. People, the fuck do I need gun safety training for? This is my safety. 64 classes times how many races? 9. The Grandmaster has returned. Yes, I have. Just released the game and we'll see if it's too ambitious. Well, that's the problem. They've got to get all this stuff built. Parent-teacher conferences. I don't need to 1 second. I do apologize, guys, but we know it's um, husband, father, streamer, and I got a message from the school, but everything in that my wife and I already prepped for. Um, so let me bump this up a little bit. This has been so weird, guys. Normally by this point of the year, my kids would already be squared away in school. My little one is so happy. She goes back to school. She goes back to school. Uh, she goes back to school tomorrow. She's been waiting for it. You missed the letter from Intrepid? No, it comes out on Friday. The wiki anniversary quiz ends at midnight tonight. I probably won't get to it then. Oops. Shit happens. Super glad my kids are in online school. My kids were in online school since March, and then I've been teaching my kids. I've been teaching my kids since I have an MA in education. Doesn't make my teenager very happy. My teenager, she gets a little pissed the fact that she has a dad with an MA in education. It's also funny because my teenager is gifted and she's lazy because school is easy for her, and then she gets all pissed when I yell at her. She's like, "You're yelling at me because I have B's." Yes, I'm yelling at you because you have B's. Get over it. You can get A's. Let me know when you have A's in the classes. And then don't have a dad who teaches social studies and have a fucking B in social studies, right? You know what I'm saying? Like don't like when my kid tries to tell me, well, you don't like my kid has learned not to say this to me. What you don't understand about school is, first of all, no kid should ever say that to their parents unless their parents dropped out of high school. Well, you don't understand about school is, yes, because I never went. I was born. I was born at 18. I walked out of the pod at 18. The fuck? I went to high school, yo. And I taught high school, yo. So there's nothing you're going to tell me. There's nothing in your 2 months of experience with high school you're going to tell me that I don't already know. Let's see. I just wish they would stop adding things and master the ideas they have. If you're talking about Ashes of Creation hasn't added anything. They haven't added anything, period. So if anybody is trying to say Ashes of Creation is like Star Citizen, they're wrong. And if you're going to try to say they are, then if you're going to make that statement on my channel, you need to bring some citations in this show, because I'm not here to try to get rich or die trying. I'm just here to have fun. I'm just here with a camera and a mic, and I'm having a good time. So if you're going to say Ashes of Creation is going the route of Star Citizen, or Ashes of Creation is adding too many things, then specifically what? Because they have added exactly one thing, and they have taken that very one thing right back off the development timeline. People need to bring some serious citations for that. I offer academic freedom. Like, we have academic amnesty here. You can have whatever opinion you want. However, you gotta back that up. You gotta back that shit up. This cap looks like Merlin's cap from 1963, The Sword and the Stone. It actually is the Disney ears that light up. I am the belle of the ball when it comes to Disney and ears. These are my ears. I know a lot of people have standard ears, like a little standard thing. These are my Mickey ears, and yes, it's the Fantasia cap. It's the Sorcerer's cap. Super glad my kids are in online school. You gonna play this game with your family? Yes. My wife plays. My wife is a gamer, and my teenager is not. My teenager plays like Among Us on her phone. I tried to get my daughter into MMOs. She didn't like it, so we moved on. 2 of my daughters graduated K-12 online academy. My 14-year-old is in online school due to COVID, but I still want him to do physical school for a bit longer. Yeah, I think online schooling is great. I think homeschooling is great if you have parents that are actually there and capable of helping. Depends on which homeschooling program you're using. If you graduated 10 years ago, you do not know school anymore. I disagree with you, because the school system hasn't changed in 120 years. So, in game, would you rather marry your wife or one of your officers who is more active in the game for the sleeping in the same bed buff? First of all, the sleeping in the same bed buff was a joke, if you didn't understand that. It has changed fully, sir. No, it hasn't. Again, give me a specific example. Don't just tell me it's changed, because I'm gonna tell you it's not. Unless you're going to like a Montessori school or a magnet school or a trade school, school's the same. Because I have continued to maintain my A-type hours. So my certificate, all I got to do is write a check for $500 to the State Board of Education, and my certificate's fully. Nope. See, this is what I'm gonna turn around and say. No, you're wrong. Give me examples, because I already have my A-type hours. I've already done my observation stuff. I can reinstate my teaching certificate with 0 additional work. So it's not like I don't know what's going on in the schools. I have my A-type hour requirement. I have my CPDUs. I'm good to go. I can spend $500 and go right back into the classroom. But yeah, the buff thing was a joke. I hope you realize that. So are the orphanages. What have they built so far? 5 of the archetypes, some of the Castle Siege stuff, some of the node stuff, some of the caravan stuff, some of the mount stuff. I mean, they've got a lot of bits. Some of the election stuff, you just saw the election pop up. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's built. There's a lot of stuff that's built up. Now, remember, they got to get baseline data on the stuff that's built up before they can move forward. Because you don't build the entire thing before you test it. You build enough of it to test, and then you say, oh shit, that didn't work. Data, where are we? Documents. Stuff that they're going to be testing in Alpha 1 according to the original Alpha 1 time testing is going to be, where's my list? Stuff that is slated to be tested in Alpha 1. Progression to level 20. Nodes will be fully featured in progress to level 3. So that'll include shops, governments, freeholds. 4 of the 9 races will be available. 5 of the base archetypes will be available. The character creation suite should be available. They are going to eventually have 25% of the world space implemented, and then they're aiming for 1,500 people per server. That might have changed. So. I graduated 2 years ago. I didn't even do homework. Still passed. I used to turn my physics homework in on a napkin, but my physics teacher used to meet me for breakfast. Didn't meet me for breakfast, but I ate breakfast at the little diner across from my high school, and he would go in there to get coffee, and then he'd look at me and he'd be like, "You got the physics homework?" I'd just have done it on a napkin, and he'd be like, "There you go." The problem is, let me tell you why schools haven't changed. Schools still teach mental fucking math. You know how fucking pointless mental math is? Boy in a band said it. I won't have a calculator with me every day. Why the fuck do we teach kids mental math? Why do we think mental math is a skill that we have to waste time on? Why is it that we don't teach kids accounting, finances, that we don't teach kids shit? We don't teach kids anything. We didn't teach kids 20 years ago. We don't teach them now. It saddens me. Prince EA has a really good video. Prince EA has a really, really good video. I sued the school system. It's an amazing video to show you that we're still teaching the same way we did 100 years ago. Howard Gardner has a book. I think my blacksmith was filled on I gotta cancel out my stupid things, and I need to put professional development and then like educational stuff. I need to change my blacksmith up a bit. But I listed a book by Howard Gardner called Frames of Mind, The Theory of Multiple Intelligences. If you've ever wondered why you can't learn in certain classes, you all have a specifically, you all learn specifically. That's why Ashes 101 is built the way it is, because I'm a student of Howard Gardner's. I do things text. So I have ashes101.com, which is a text-based website. And then I speak to you. So we have interpersonal communication. And then I show images. Like when I want to teach an example, I show an image so that I'm speaking to you and you're looking at an image. So if you're a visual learner, so I provide information in 3 different modes. So I can't wait till a fully fledged AI is created. They will take over government and the world will run better. No, a fully fledged AI will kill most of the population. That's why we don't want That's why you don't want a fully fledged AI to hand over the world to, because if you haven't seen the movie I Am Mother, machines don't know how to make humane choices. Um, and the example from I Am Mother is you have 5 patients, all who need a different organ, and you all need a different organ for an organ transplant. And you have a 6th patient come in who happens to be an organ match for the first 5 patients. Um, the the solution is to kill the 6th patient and take their organs and save 5 patients, because that's all an AI knows how to do. An AI doesn't struggle with the moral dilemma of do you kill one child to save 10,000 people? An AI doesn't struggle with that choice. It all depends on how the AI is taught. And an AI is most likely going to come to the conclusion that, yes, I kill one child to save 10,000 people. The paradox of that is, what if the next Hitler is included in those 10,000 people? I'll tell you right now, it's easy for me to choose. Save 10,000 people. Who's the one kid? Because if the one kid is my kid, 10,000 people are fucking dead. I'm not killing my one kid to save 10,000 strangers. You know what I'm saying? That's why we don't want AI, because AI doesn't have morality. Is a personal construct. It's not even universal. An AI is also an opinion of someone. Exactly. Puzzle hits it right on the head. The AI is based on who teaches the AI. The good of the many outweigh the good of the few. Um, Unfortunately, that is the way a computer would see it. So yeah, that's why AI scares the shit out of me. Okay, AI scares the shit out of me. But then again, somebody said Terminator, Skynet. I was raised in the generation of James Cameron and his twisted mind of Skynet. I agree with AI. Yeah, you agree with AI until the AI decides that humans have to be killed in order to save the planet. What the fuck happens if that AI decides that humans are what Agent Smith says? Um, Agent Smith says that humans are a virus and they expand past their capacity. They breed more than they need to. And so the what if the AI decides that a penguin has the same intrinsic value? Well, it wouldn't be intrinsic because it would be an AI. What if the AI decides that the penguins have as much value to the planet as the humans? I know this is sci-fi, but what if the AI was put in a simulation as raised as a human? Well, technically, to raise an AI, you raise it as a human. If you want to see a really good example of raising an AI, watch Terminator: The Sarah Connor Chronicles, and how the T-1000 raises her son. And that's don't watch it for the action. Don't watch it because Summer Glau is hot as shit. Watch it for the way the lead singer of Garbage, whose name escapes me at the moment, plays the T-1000 and raises John Henry. And you'll be like, oh shit. If you like AI, look up a TED Talk by my friend on it. It called New Equation of Intelligence. I'm pretty sure I've seen that one. Too many people are influenced by scary AI movies. Truth is, we still have a ton to learn about AI and are not even close to a true AI that would be capable of thinking. AI could just as easily save us from ourselves. If you need an AI to save us from ourselves, we're already fucked. Let's just be honest. You don't need an AI to save humanity. You need humans to save humanity. I'm just being honest. I said it on my show. I said it on my show, I think 2 shows ago, maybe 3 shows ago. If everybody would stop worrying about themselves and everybody would worry about everybody else, then you would be worrying about 8 billion people, but 8 billion people would be worrying about you. But you know the mentality of human beings based on what we saw in March. And what we saw in March was, fuck my fellow humans. I'm going to buy 42 bottles. I'm going to buy my 42 bottles of hand sanitizer, even though the fucking point of soap and hand sanitizer is not that you keep your hands clean. It's that you need everybody else to keep their hands clean. I'm going to buy $300 worth of toilet paper, but I'm going to buy $40 worth of food. Just look at human beings, and human beings don't give a shit. I'm just saying, you don't even need to get into any deep-seated theory. You just need to look at how human beings treated each other in March. Let's get back to Ashes. In your opinion, what is the best class for Ashes on paper? There is no best. Conan, what is best? To defeat my enemies, have them driven before me, and hear the lamentations of their women. That's what's best. What is best? Best for what? What I mean, I don't know what best means. Best for me means healer, bard, or summoner, because those are the classes I like. So you need to tell me which class is best on paper for what? For which one of these roles do we speak? Strongest at what? The thing is, you're trying to get me to somewhere. You're trying to get to an answer to a more advanced question, but you don't want to ask me the more advanced question. Ask me the more advanced question. Are you asking me what the gank artist class is? Is that what you're trying to get to without saying I want to know which class I can use? I want to carry my friends and outperform them. You can't. That's the thing about Ashes. You only fill one role as your class. You want to carry your friends? Doing what? Put them on your shoulder? Strong is carrying your friends and outperform them? Outperforming them at what? At damage, at survivability, at healing, at support? Because a fighter is exactly 0% useful at raid-wide support. Isn't corrupted way too weak? Corrupted being tracked and reducing stat is too much. No, corruption is fine. Corruption is the result of your player choice. You don't want your stats diminished. You don't want to be tracked by bounty hunters. Guess what? Don't kill people. Really simple. It's really, really simple. Corruption is meant to shove a pine cone up your ass when you're bad. Don't be a naughty monkey or you're getting the pine cone up the ass. Watch the Social Dilemma. I started the Social Dilemma puzzle. Can I be honest? The Social Dilemma, I hate the way they did it. I hate the way they started the Social Dilemma. I am going to try to force my way through it, but man, those people were bitchy. Those people were just whiny little bitches. I guess there was a need for some of that wind up. Some of that wind up of these people were reluctant to talk, but man, they dragged on the reluctancy to talk so much. I got through about the first 15 minutes of it as I was like, no, I can't. I can't. People forget that corruption doesn't affect PvE viability, just PvP. Correct. Corruption doesn't affect your PvE viability. Well, I mean, it does in a roundabout way. Corruption affects your PvE viability once you die and you saddle yourself with all that negative XP. I don't think enough info has been released on archetypes and or classes to form an opinion on that. True. Best DPS class then. Okay, I can't tell you because I don't have any information on these. I have their names and that's it. That's the problem. You're trying to get to the I want to know the best class for killing people, and you just don't want to say that. First of all, around here, the best way to get an answer is to just say what you want. I want to know what the gank artist class is. Just say that. That's going to get you an answer. If you want to know what the best gank artist class is, that's going to be some build of rogue. If you want to know what the biggest burst class is, that's going to be some sort of mage. That's just how it is. Because that's just how games have been for the last 20 years. Look at Lineage 2 and Arcade, and that's going to give you your answers. Let's see. I wouldn't say Ashes of Creation has added too many things, but it's a very ambitious project, and sometimes I fear the undertaking is too big. It is difficult to get qualified programmers, designers, technicians these days. A lot of studios are trying to hire. Fortunately, it seems like AOC has a solid workforce now. Intrepid Studios, you mean? I'm very hyped, and this is the game I'm looking forward to for years. Yeah, that's a big problem. I mean, the big problem is Steven doesn't have all the money in the world. Blizzard can outbuy, and New World can outbuy whoever they want. Blizzard and New World can hire whoever they want. And what I mean by that is there are companies who have hired away key people at Intrepid Studios. It happens. Wow, hiccups, man. Sorry, guys. There is a difference between being offered a $10,000 raise and leaving a company and being offered a $50,000 a year raise. If somebody came to me, like loyalty has a price. If somebody came to me and offered me a 50,000, like let's say I was working for Steven at 125 a year, and I moved to San Diego and I decided I want to go back into the workforce. I got everybody to clear it. I got off all the medication, and I wasn't at risk of stabbing somebody in the throat with a pencil. And Steven hired me for 125 a year. And then I happened to be sitting down and Jeff Bezos came and said, "Hey man, I've heard a lot about you. I love your hat." I'm like, "Hey, what's up, Jeff?" And he's like, I want you to come and work for me for 200,000 a year." Well, okay. Can I have 24 hours to think about it? Sure. Roll back to Steven. "Hey man, I just want to let you know, in fairness to you, I'm going to be leaving the company unless you can bridge the gap between 125 a year and 200 a year." He's like, "Well, what's going on? I got offered 200 a year, doing the same exact job I'm doing here." People are gonna like, "Well, you should maintain loyal." Yeah, well, you should maintain loyal, but loyalty works two ways. If I have a bona fide offer for 200,000 from a competing company to do the exact same job I'm doing, I'd be a fucking idiot to not take the 200,000 a year. Now, I have seen some people screw themselves over. They take a job that they would have had the job at 125,000 a year for the next decade, which would have been 1.25 million. They take a job for 200,000 and it only ends up being 3 years, so they only make 600,000. So, let's be honest. You short term, you made in 3 years what would have taken you, you know, 7 years to make, but or 5 years to make, sorry. But you're still sitting pretty good. At the same time, don't expect that first company to hire you back. You better be able to you better be able to navigate the waters. Dreamhaven Studios opening up. Blizzard's gonna, of course, try to hire people. Blizzard's gonna go into defensive mode now, and they're gonna start trying to retain people. But there's gonna be a lot of people bail ship at Blizzard to go to Dreamhaven. Just like a lot of people that left Daybreak went to Intrepid. You want to work with the people you know because you work really well hand in hand. I have a list of officers. I have a list of officers that if the Air Force came to me, let's say World War III. Let's say World War III was starting and the Air Force came and they said, doesn't matter what condition you're in, you're back on active duty. I would say, these are the officers I want for this project. Well, some of them aren't on active duty anymore. Yeah, I understand that. These are the officers I want for this project. That's what Dreamhaven is. Dreamhaven has got people there, and they're like, "Hey, let's go get these people." Killing caravans doesn't get corruption. Correct. There is a lot of complaining. I just had in the background, more of a confirmation than learning. Yes, true. Do I expect to see a large amount of mercenary guilds in AOC? Yes. Do you think paying gold in this game will be a viable way to get numbers of soldiers for a huge castle? No, I don't. I don't think I think you need to I don't think you're going to be a 75 person guild, right? I don't think you're going to be a 75 person small guild filling out 175 people in mercenaries to hold your castle. I think somebody's going to realize you're too small to hold your castle and they're just going to say, "No, fuck you, I'm taking it." It is very difficult to mercenary your way to a castle. You also have to realize every single person involved in that castle siege on the offensive, any guild leader and any designated officer can channel. Just because it's your siege flag doesn't mean other people can't channel and take the castle. Using mercenaries on the offense is going to be very, 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 very dangerous. Mage plus rogue equals the best gank class. Teleport in, backstab, backstab, bleed, backstab, teleport out. Mages won't have backstab because mages don't have backstab in their kit. Rogues have backstab in their kit, but mage rogue doesn't get backstab. Remember, you only get the abilities of your primary class. So why would a mage want to teleport in? A mage wants to either teleport in and AoE spam and kill everybody, or wants to teleport away and just keep wearing them down. Now, rogue plus mage having a teleport in on an augment, that would be your best gank class. Because rogue is going to be your bursty class, because they always are, because that's really the way you do mage, or way you do rogue. And then mage has teleport as an augment school, so that would probably work in some way. Never heard the word gank used in that way before. It's used that way all the time. Will caravans have set routes, or could you pretty much take whatever route? Two different types of caravans. Ashes101.com on caravans is going to give you a longer than a 2-cent answer, but node-to-node driven caravans are going to take predetermined routes, although you get to pick which of the predetermined routes it's going to go. Personal caravans, you drive it, so you decide where it's going to go. Activision Blizzard were firing people. I think they won't care. Lower cost is what matters to them. Except just because a company is firing people doesn't mean it's firing those people. Remember, companies don't fire their rock stars. They fire their roadies. So keep that in mind. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna jump up real quick, take a real quick break. When I am done with that real quick break, we are gonna finish up our last. We have an hour of show left. We have an hour and 7 minutes of show. Sometime during the show, I got a gift card to give away too. So stick around. Go get your water. Go stretch your legs. Stand up. Pet a cat. Throw a ball for a dog. Do something useful. Let's see. Did Intrepid ever release a note or something saying Braver of World package holders will no longer be included in the NDA? I can tell you right now, Linker, that I highly doubt that they're gonna give the Braver of Worlds access before they're willing to drop the NDA, because they would need to get a signed document from like 3,000 people, and it took them forever to it took forever for them to get the Leaders of Men NDA signed. Here's a big thing, guys. I want to remind you all. When you sign an NDA, I want to remind you guys this. A lot of you don't think that they're serious. If you sign an NDA and it has your legal name on it, and you break your NDA, you can get your ass sued for damages and losses. And that is a realm of life you don't want to be involved with fucking around with that in the slightest. If you sign an NDA, honor your NDA. I know some people said, well, the guy on New World that loaded his NDA up to Pornhub, nothing happened to him. And I said, how do you know what happened to him? Guy had his stream key on the screen, loaded like 2 hours of footage of early NDA stuff to Pornhub because he thought nobody would find it. Not only did people find it, but his account thing was there. Remember, unless he was really smart and he somehow created his Amazon account with a fake name, Amazon knew who he was. You sign an NDA, don't break it. No matter how much you want to break it, don't break an NDA. I will never ever break an NDA because I don't want to. Because literally, you break an NDA and they take losses. They can turn around and say, well, this person signed an NDA and they broke it, and we're holding them partially responsible for our damages. And guess what? The judge is going to look right at your lawyer and say, yeah, I'm letting this go to trial. What are you going to do? Go into court and say it's not my fault? The line of questioning is going to be, did you sign an NDA? Yes. Did you break it? Yes. We're done. We're fucking done here. You got to hope that your lawyer can turn around and argue away the damages, but don't break NDAs. Will tanks have taunt or forced aggression skills to make them relevant? Yes. Aggro management is going to be a key thing of tanking. It is going to be a key thing for tanking. This isn't going to be Final Fantasy where I run into the boss room, I hit the boss with my one aggro counter, and then unless I go AFK, I don't lose my aggro. I will have to be working on holding my aggro. Papa J is gone. You know what to do. Let's Lord of the Flies this place up. Piggy. Tanks will also be enemy disruption with control effects. Yes. Any new info regarding the sale of Alpha 1 keys? Yeah, I talked about Alpha 1 keys earlier in the show. There's a stream marker for it. You're not going to see Alpha 1 keys for sale in this week's letter. And if you do, that's going to be really, 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 really. Did I say really bad? Because that's going to be a really bad decision on Intrepid's part if they talk about Alpha 1 keys. You'll be in bad shape. So no, I don't imagine you're going to see them resell Alpha 1 keys until next year. If you want an Alpha 1 key, you can do your pumpkin carving and hopefully get one. So you're back from dinner and I still see you're live. Yeah, I'm live for 4 hours. Every show I'm live for 4 hours. I might do something a little different for some of the shows. As long as we've got a good steady stream of questions coming in, I don't mind staying live for 4 hours. I have thought about maybe mixing it up a little bit and doing things differently. But for right now, there's enough talking points that we're good to go. I also am trying to get my YouTube comments up. So like one person says, my biggest concern thus far is how well the game will run. I'm afraid that the game might be too intense for most computers to handle, causing the game to flop. Keep in mind, they are looking at making sure that the hardware can be 5 years pre the release. Unfortunately, some of you got to realize you're playing on a potato. So, some of you guys got to realize you're playing on a potato. I actually don't think you can see the video anymore where I'm talking about the sale of Alpha 1 keys because I'm still streaming. I'm still on that active show. That's I think a problem. I don't think you can get into the videos anymore while I'm still live. I know you used to be able to. But somebody else said Alpha 1 on the 21st of December. You know, here's the thing. People are going to be mad if they do the Alpha 1 on the 21st of December, and I don't know what they're going to be mad for. If it's the 21st of December, they met their obligation. They said by fall. Fall is the 21st of December. So if they make it by fall, they're good. Are the classes going to be based on rage, mana, energy like it is in WoW? No, probably not, because I don't think WoW has ever been a role model for this game. But we have to wait and see. We're close. We're close to seeing how that's going to work. We're close. We'll see in just a couple of weeks. Somebody asked me, can I talk about free stat allocation every level, old school, versus automatic stat allocation based on classes and race? I'm against free stat allocation. The reason why I'm against free stat allocation is we all know what we do. When you can freely assign your stats, then you end up min-maxing. I think the problem is tabletop games do a really good job with keeping people honest with their stats. And what I mean by that is if you have a strength of 2 and your GM is doing their job right, you're like, yeah, I'm wearing plate. And your GM's like, no, you're not, because you have a strength of 2. You're not wearing plate because you're too weak to walk in it. I wish games that had free stat point allocation did that more. I have a dexterity of 3. Yeah, you have no evasion. I always wondered why the pre-release versions of the game were named after the Greek alphabet, alpha, beta, and then I realized that alpha, beta, and gamma release. Yeah, no, that's funny, but no. People always end up min-maxing either way. Yeah, they can't min-max, though, if they don't have any control over the stats. Do we know anything about the character creator for Talnar and animals, since apparently those are going to be unique, apparently? Apparently you're in the redundancy department of redundancy. Yes, the Talnar are going to have 3 sliders, 1 humanoid, 1 mammalian, 1 reptilian, and you're going to slide back and forth. You want more humanoid features, you slide that. You want more reptilian features, you slide that. People are going to min-maxing in other ways. I mean, yeah, the problem is that if you punish min-maxing properly, not if you punish min-maxing, if you reward peanut butter spread stat allocation, then you stop min-maxing. For example, 7 Days to Die is a good example of this. 7 Days to Die sucks ass if you have none of the gear expansion points. If you have none of your skill points into your backpack expansion, you literally can't do very much foraging. So they force you to spend points on increasing your ability to carry more stuff. Now, I know people who absolutely positively will not spend any points on that, and they wait until they find the expanders in game so that they can not waste skill points. Some people say it's a waste of skill points. In Dark Age of Camelot, we had hard stat caps from gear, and I actually like that. You can still min-max, but more horizontally, and it gave more well-rounded characters. Yeah, but then again, if I remember correctly, and it's been a minute, there are certain games that do limit you. If your strength is too low, you have limits. If your dex is too low, you have limits. If your dex is too low, your move speed is affected. If your strength is too low, or is it strength is too low, your move speed is affected based on the amount of stuff you have in your inventory. I don't care if you want to do free stat point allocation, but the stat point allocation has to be, every stat has to be applicable to every character. Because if not every stat is applicable to every character, then players just don't put stats in the ones that don't matter. For example, I'm thinking Arcage. And what they ended up doing with Arcage is strength and dex. Strength began giving you your crit chance for melee attacks, and dex gave you your crit chance for ranged attacks, and int gave you your crit chance for crit. Int gave you your crit chance for magic attacks, and spirit gave you your hit points restored, and your mana regen, and stamina was your health and these stats. And then they made a change where, or that's how they ended up changing it. I like the idea where strength is the amount of damage you do, dex is your evasion and your crit, intelligence is your mana pool and and something, and stamina is your hit points and something, and spirit is the amount of hit points you restore when you cast a heal spell, and it's also the amount of hit points you recover. So if you make spirit important to everybody, you decide to put 3 points into spirit, you want to take all your points out of spirit and put it into strength, that's great, but then the healer's not going to be able to keep you alive because you've reduced your inbound healing ability. Now, I'm sure some rogues would say, I don't give a shit, I want to be a burst assassin. Cool. You want to be a burst assassin, so you have no spirit. That's fine. But then the penalty is, no matter how hard the healer tries, the healer can't keep you alive because you have 3 spirit, which basically gives you a negative, let's say 72%. You only have 3 spirit. You have a negative 72% to inbound healing. I can throw my biggest heals on you, but they only heal you for 28% or 29%. Force, finesse, resilience rather than strength, dexterity, and constitution. No, I think a character needs to have strength. I think because people have strength. People have a level of dexterity. People have a physical constitution. Like you have, but your physical constitution is both like how much damage you can tank, how much damage you can take, but you can also develop ways to absorb damage without getting fatter or more muscular. I believe if you want to go to the level of stat points being important, I want the stat points to be meaningful. You have a 5 strength, congrats, you're not wearing plate. Because has anybody here ever worn a set of plate armor? Holy shit. If the zombie apocalypse happened, I would not be wearing plate armor because I don't have the strength to move in it. Think Ash is using power instead of strength. Didn't see what Steven opened his character sheet at one point. Yeah, I mean, we know what the basic stats are. The basic stats are power, dexterity, constitution, will, wisdom, mentality, physical attack, magical attack, block chance, critical hit, and evasion. So, what is the state of repairing weapons and gear? Is it limited? It's not limited. You can repair gear forever, but you'll need to have materials and gold. So for Ashes right now, they're using power, which is your physical damage bonus, your physical disable modifier, and your physical crit damage bonus. I think this is a horrible idea because if someone's going to play a mage, they don't need any power because there's nothing in power that affects them. Dexterity, I should probably be cool and give you guys the link I'm looking at, right? Dexterity, physical skill cooldown, physical critical rate bonus, physical evasion bonus, physical accuracy. Well, everybody wants dex because dex gives evasion. Constitution, hit point regeneration, and physical defense mitigation. So everybody wants the constitution. So everybody wants dex, everybody wants constitution, but not everybody wants power. I think the size of your backpack should be I think the size of your backpack should be based on strength. How strong are you? How about over enchanting gear? Can it still go poof, or is that changed as well? It can still go poof if you over enchant. There won't be NPC repair people. I can't give you a definitive answer. There may be. I highly doubt there will be, but I like that intelligence isn't part of the stat lineup. No, it's willpower. It's willpower and wisdom. Strength should affect damage and how much you can carry. Yeah, I agree. Doesn't infinitely repairable gear mean eventually crafters will lose their value over time? Yes, eventually it does. It means eventually people will only be doing repairs. They won't be doing new gear builds. But you can blame all the people who are whiny little bitches for that. All the people who only care about the immediate, they don't care about the long term. Everybody who whined and cried about, I don't want my gear to eventually be destroyed because I worked really hard on it and I don't want to get gear every week. Who the fuck said it was every week? Your gear could last for months, but eventually you'd have to get it repaired. You're the kind of people who are never going to have best in slot gear anyway. Because if you're whining about the crafted gear you get eventually needing to be repaired and eventually being destroyed, you're missing the point that legendary gear needs legendary repair mats, and you're probably not going to have an infinite supply of legendary repair mats. Your legendary sword needs a legendary component to repair it. So it's the same thing, it's just phrased differently. So I imagine I imagine if you can buy the gear from an NPC vendor, then there's an NPC vendor that will repair it. But if you have to buy it from a player character, you're going to need a player character to repair it. Weight management training exists though, regarding strength affecting how much you can carry. Sure. Weight management training makes you stronger. Guess what? You are going to get much faster results increasing your muscle mass if you want to carry more weight than you are using the techniques or the straps or the specific bands, support braces to carry more weight. Now, unless we start talking about having an external exoskeleton, that's something different. But if you can't lift a table and carry it down the stairs, and you go hit the gym for 30 days and you do proper strength training, I guarantee you're going to be able to lift that table by the end of a month. I also want to say this to people. I also want to say this straight up to people. Most of you, and this isn't an insult to you, most of you could not put on a rucksack and do a 13-mile road march. Not right now. Most of you could not do it. I don't care how Billy Badass you think you are. You could not don body armor, a Kevlar helmet, a full rucksack, in March for 13 miles. You would fall your ass out. But guess what? On the first day of basic training for the army, they don't give you a backpack body armor, a helmet, a weapon, a full rucksack, and tell you to go. They start, right? They start you off on a piece. They train you to be able to do that. I have seen basic training firsthand twice, once for enlisted, once for officer. I showed up at officer basic training and able to pass the PT test. It was amazing to watch the transformation of people. So, let alone march for 30 minutes with a heavy bag. He's not saying he would do 13 miles in 30 minutes. He's saying he couldn't march for 30 minutes with a heavy bag. You can barely do 5 miles with nothing but normal clothes. Yeah, you know what? My kids are fucking troopers, man. My kids walk 9 to 10 miles a day, 3 days in a row. They didn't realize it until the end. Well, one of them bitched about it, but that's, a teenager. If they're not bitching about something, their lips aren't moving or they're sleeping. But I think not I think I think people need to realize that you need to have all of the stats be meaningful to all of the characters, because all of those stats are meaningful to people. It's like when I have to carry something heavy in my house. I definitely don't ask my 7-year-old to help me. I got to move an 80-pound bookshelf up the stairs. I don't ask my 7-year-old to help me. I usually ask one of the neighborhood kids to help me because they're strong. I have daughters. You're not really getting a lot of physical upper body labor out of your daughters. In order to keep crafters valuable over time, I think repairing gear should require crafted kits, not just raw materials. It's a good thing that you require crafters in order to repair gear. It's not just materials. You actually need the crafter. You have to find a stall and you have to find a crafter who's willing to do the repair for you. It's not just materials and gold and hit repair. You want to repair that weapon that took a weaponsmith to make. You need to go find a weaponsmith to repair it. And this ain't gonna be no bullshit like Final Fantasy, where you're repairing shit in dungeons. I think you need to be at your shop or your stall or you need to be at a tangible location to do the repair. I don't think you're just gonna whip out a little blacksmith bench while you're in the dungeon. How long am I streaming for? Today I am streaming for another 44 minutes and 20 seconds. Sometime in the next 44 minutes, I will be doing a gift card giveaway. I usually do them near the end, basically because I force you to stay and keep our numbers up. What's up? Oh, that's a kind of what is that? Sparky wave. Sparky wave. What is that? Is that a little carbuncle? That looks kind of like a carbuncle. This makes me wonder how inventory capacity is going to be measured. It's going to be measured in 2 ways. Your backpack has a finite amount of space for gatherables, craftables, and certificates. And then you're going to have the rest of your bag. We see the bag occasionally in the footage. So your bag you do have a limit. It's not an infinite bag. Just some tiny elf in your backpack being capable of all the repairs in the dungeon. Yeah, I hate that shit. I hate when that happens. I absolutely hate it. Giveaways. Not starting yet. Y'all be easy. Let's see. Me and my girlfriend can't wait for Ashes of Creation. We're both going to be orcs. Go orcs. She's going to be a summoner and me a fighter, building a homestead, breeding animals, and forging weapons. Love your stream. Keep it up. Thanks for the support, man. I will do Ramlar giveaway later down the road. I will get to you. You be easy. Easy you. I want to read a little bit more. I want to be able, like you, John, you've seen me what I like to do when I did Crusader Kings 3, when I've done some New World, when I do Fractured. I like to actually, I don't just want to be like, here's this tabletop game that this guy wants me to give free 5 giveaways for. I want to be like, hey guys, I'm gonna do like a 20-minute segment on this tabletop game a member of our community works on. He's willing to give away some sets. Here's the story. I'm gonna be able to do like a little video for you. I want to be able to be like, this is what I came up with. This is what I would play. I got you. Give me. I got time, man. I need time. You understand that you have claws and they hurt. You're patting me. Do you want to be seen? Hi. 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 Be seen. You're so shy lately. Why are you using? No, you're not getting on my desk. You're not getting on my desk. You want on the desk though. He wants on the desk. Oh, you being shy boy. Being a shy boy. Hi. You guys hear him purring? He's all happy. Oh, you want out? Is your brother home? Are you looking for your brother? Hey, down. You have claws. Are you trying to get out? You're not trying to get out. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he does. Got my face, buddy. It's not that I don't love you, it's you got my face. Let's see. Are the giveaways for the EU or just US? These giveaways are from me as a person. They are not from the channel. I need to say that many times. The giveaways are from me as Jahlon, as the person that is Jahlon. They're not a giveaway from the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated. If it's a giveaway from the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated, I have to follow a bunch of rules. They're from me as a person. It's just a gift from the guy with my. It's like the mentality is that the channel is the comedy club and I'm just the comic. I don't get paid to do this. I make $0 doing this. I just give money away. I don't make any money doing this. So by the way, if you're new to Ashes of Creation, I do this a couple of times a show, guys. I'm a shameless shill. If you haven't signed up for Ashes of Creation yet, there's a link. Sign up for Ashes of Creation using my referral code. What it does is it helps fund things like these giveaway boxes. I'm actually going to be talking to the tax professional in an hour or so after I eat lunch. And then I'm going to figure out the best way to do this. The absolute best way to do it. What I'm going to do is the company's probably going to start buying my gear, my stream. It'll probably buy my new computer. And then since I don't have to buy the new computer, I'm going to have all that money to give away. The amount of legal and rules Lex had a review with lawyers for the Intrepid merch giveaway associated with the wiki. I know, man. That's why there's a corporation that owns all of my channels, because it's its own legal taxable entity, and then I'm not involved. If you're trying to be a streamer, all I can say is if you're trying to be a streamer and you're not up to date on all of the stuff, you can join our Ashes of Creation content creator Discord. All I gotta say is some of you have got this chip on your shoulder where you think you know shit, and I'm not lying to you and telling you there's a lot of things you need to know. Some people, man, you just want to slap them in the head with a fucking brick. Because you're like, hey man, this is the stuff I went through. Well, you're not right. Fine, fuck you. I've been audited. I'm trying to save you an audit. Luckily, I got a guy that was able to like save my ass. But if you want to be a dumbass, remember, IRS penalties. They don't give a shit if you knew what you were talking about. The IRS doesn't care if you knew you were ignorant of the rules or not. All they care about is, all right, we acknowledge that you didn't understand the rule. We understand that it wasn't malicious. Here's what you owe us in back taxes. Here's what you owe us in penalties. Your penalties can be greater than the back taxes. So, your stream will grow a lot, and I'm assuming more mods will be required. What qualities does one require to be a mod? I will never hire mods. I will never hire mods. There will never be a now hiring, you're a mod. There will be I approach you and I say, hey man, I really like the comment. I really like the commentary. I've seen you talk. I've seen the way you try to diffuse situations. Would you like to be a mod at my channel? It's kind of like joining the Four Horsemen in Now You See Me. I will show up and I will put the card in your deck of cards and you will know. I mean, there's a lot of people I think would be quality mods. So, do you think the game will take a realistic approach to crafting where a max level craft and a noob crafter makes the same sword? The max level crafter would make a better quality one. No, what I think that they will do is something more like this, and that the max level crafter is making the high end stuff, but the low level crafter is making the low end stuff. I don't think a noob crafter is going to be I don't think a noob crafter is going to be making level 50 stuff. That's not really good progression. So I highly doubt that. I highly doubt it. So that being said, I also remember, guys, just because you're a max level crafter doesn't mean you have access to everything. You need to do your social organization stuff, your religion stuff, if you want to have access to all the recipes and all the dials. I think there should be limitations to the stat point modifications. There are. You don't get to assign any points anywhere. The game does it for you. Do we know if racial size is going to affect stats, such as dwarves being short and strong but slow? Yes. Races have stats. Your primary stat pool is determined by your race. Your secondary stat pool is determined by your archetype. I'm worried about racial stats will end up affecting what is best for each class. It will, and that's the point. But it will by stats, but maybe not by augments. The recent changes to D&D races are so dumb. Removing negative attributes to them is nonsense. Agreed. What would be the requirements as a streamer to become part of Paradox? I don't know. Wait until you are a part of Paradox. You're on my Discord. Wait until I am a Twitch partner. Everybody needs to start tweeting at Twitch and be like, why isn't this dude a partner yet? This dude does an amazing show. They haven't even gotten back to me. I'm worried that my application got like lost in the mail. I mean, I didn't obviously mail it. It's been 5 weeks. We're worried. Castle Siege. Let's see. Sad I didn't catch you from the beginning today. I got to rewatch the vid of today. I'm also stunned that the clip I've done is top 2 in the last 30 days. Just being stunned by a clip of yours on my channel isn't amazing. Let's see. I don't have a lot of clips of my channel. Low level PvP. Website guy's been in the Jahlon. Go fuck yourself. That one was funny. Somebody was like Asmongold burn. I didn't burn Asmongold. Zach's a good guy. Are there going to be classes that are not tab target? No, every class will be tab target. Every class will be action. You must have 25% tab target in your build at a minimum. Ashes101.com has a combat system overview if you want more. But the big thing is every class will have less than 30 abilities. As you see on the screen right now, there's 12 ability slots. So the most you would be able to go is 8 and 4. You would have 8 action and 4 tab, or you could have 8 tab and 4 action. You could have 7 and 5. You could have 6 and 6. You can't go. I guess it'd be 9 and 3, huh? Because math's important. Yeah, it'd be 9 and 3. So you could have 9 and 3. You could have, 9 and 3, 8 and 4, 5 and 7, but you couldn't go like 10 and 2. Can't do that. So it's going to be like New World's crafting system. Kind of, yes. But I mean, that's a good. I'm not saying New World's crafting system is a good crafting system, but I am saying that a level 0 blacksmith shouldn't be able to make a level 50 sword. Visit the scientific nodes for more recipes. Also, visit the scientific nodes for more recipes and be a citizen of the scientific nodes, because citizens have access to things other people don't. I'm really excited for the node system. On a given server, it will be really interesting to see how spread out or clustered the civilizations will be. I suppose it will depend on how punitive the atrophy system will be. True. They doctor disrespected your application. I doubt it. I mean, the previous 2 times they've kind of told me you're not what we're looking for. And the previous 2 times I was small. I'm actually just wondering if they've had so many applications they haven't gotten to me yet. I'm going to wait until it's been 8 weeks before I follow up with them. I'm actually going to wait until Monday the 9th of November to send a follow-up, just because that'll have been 2 months. I will have run 2 charity campaigns. I think my channel's looking good. I mean, if you guys ever have any suggestions for my channel, let me know. But I think underneath the image looks good. I have some polls there. I have, some stuff. I've got rules now. I have a PO box. Are you able to get in touch with Twitch to check up? Yeah, not yet. 2 months or another month, just over a month. I think race stat allocation can sometimes have a reverse psychology effect. People argue that if the halfling has less stamina, they make bad tanks, but they will always be those people that do it just to prove it can be done. Yes, because people are stupid. Just because the halfling has a low hit point pool doesn't mean he's a bad tank. If the halfling gets a plus 15% evasion bonus and the halfling decides to be an evasion tank, I think most players. Can we be honest first? Can we be honest for a second? we be honest for a second? Most of you have never tanked. Most of you have never healed. But most of you want to tell the tank how to do the tanking job, and you want to tell the cleric how to do the healing job. If you've never walked the walk, then don't talk the talk. If you don't know how the duck walks, don't quack. You're not a fucking duck. Don't tell me how to tank unless you're a tank. And before you tell me how to tank, log into your tank and have a conversation with me. Got it? We good? We cool? We copacetic? Because that's one of the things that irritates the piss out of me. People telling me what I need to do. People telling me what I need to do as a fucking tank, and I ask them what level their tank is. Like the guy who yelled at me in Final Fantasy about tanking, and I was like, hey, little bitch, you might want to do a character search on me because I have every tank at 70 or above, and I have every healer at 80. Please tell me what I don't know about tanking or healing in this game. Healer here. Yep. Stop attacking me. Yeah, I'm attacking you. We're having the talk. Yes. I healed every MMO I played. Yes, but have you tanked every MMO you've played? Because if you've healed every MMO you've played, you can talk about healers, but have you tanked it? Yeah, but I saw this on YouTube. So if you can't do it yourself, don't tell me how to do it. Fucking exactly. Oh, that irritates me. Bishop forever. Excellent. Can you change the node you're a citizen of? Yes. Is there any disadvantage or punishment for doing it frequently? Well, you can only do it every 14 days. So you can only do it every 14 days. Have they talked about the attribute point allocation for the main alts? For example, if I get a character to 50 and create another one, does he start at 0? Or will you automatically have points to get the second character to 50, like in Elder Scrolls? Okay, first of all, that's bullshit in any game. Every character is its own character. Every alternate character is an alternate character. You want to have a level 50 tank? Level to 50. You have a level 50 tank and you want a level 50 cleric? Level to 50. There are no shortcuts. There are no easies. There's no free give me another level 50 character. So yes, he starts at 0 and he does it all over again. You're an astrologian. Don't you hate it when you're doing the raid content and there's 2 astrologians in the same party and neither of them will fucking change out of shield or regen? I don't need 2 regens, astrologians. I'm dying here. I need a shield and a regen. Work your shit out. Just poking in and say hi. Hi, Lard. Lard, you don't have a coin next to your name. WoW's 120 boost. Yeah. Oh, Lard has a coin next to his name. What the fuck happened? That just appeared, Lard. That just appeared. I was like, Lard said that. There was no coin next to his name. And then it literally, dude, it literally appeared. I was like, what the fuck? Do you lose your citizenship if your node gets sieged and loses? Yes, because your node no longer exists. If there's no node, there's nowhere to be a citizen of. Will there be countermeasures against gold sellers? Yes, a ban hammer. The countermeasure against gold sellers is a big fat ban hammer. This is me, and this is me fighting gold sellers. I have seen people that have 4 to 5 tanks at max level and not know certain things about tanking because hitting max level is more about time investment than skill. Not everyone reads the nuances associated with their class and archetypes and learn to get by with some basic knowledge. Yes, but the thing is, if you don't have any tank at any level, please shut the fuck up. If you don't have a tank character, please shut the fuck up about tanking. If you've never tanked in any game, please shut the fuck up about tanking because you don't understand. Also, keep in mind that tanking in one game is tanking in a different game. Also, keep in mind that in like Final Fantasy 14, there's 4 different tanks and there's 4 different tanking methods. I don't tank my warrior like I tank my gunbreaker, like I tank my dark knight, like I tank my paladin. They are all different. You tank them differently. I don't heal as a scholar the same way that I heal as a cleric or a white mage, the same way as I do as an astrologian. Astrologian, I actually have to pay the fuck attention. Scholar, I have to, okay, I'm not gonna lie. If I'm playing a scholar, I'm basically eating a sandwich. I'm playing Final Fantasy one-handed, eating a sandwich. Not gonna lie. How will gold sellers be caught? I'm not gonna go into all the details about how you catch gold sellers, but the fastest way to catch gold sellers is number 1, you track and ID the accounts. And you kind of treat gold sellers the same way like the organized crime unit treats RICO cases. I'm gonna try to grab all of them. Never apologize for asking again. If I miss it, just put repost at the beginning so I realize I've missed it and I'll get to it. If I see a repost, I'll always grab that. So what you do is you try to find one gold seller, and then you try to find out everybody that gold seller has passed gold to, and then you ban them all and get fucked. The fastest way to stop gold selling in your game is to ban hammer the fuck out of gold buyers. If you, and watch this, guys, watch this. Keep in mind that the terms of service for Ashes of Creation, the MMORPG, specifically states we have the right to ban your character. We have the right to ban your account for any and all reason, including for no reason. If you have an account with $2,000 on it, right, and you get that, and you have a second account that you use for buying your gold, and you have both of those as the same name and the same payment method, and that you get your gold buying account banned, and they realize that you're in the database with a different account and they ban that other account, don't whine and bitch and cry and piss and moan. If you have gold buyer as your alt and you buy 10,000 gold and then you trade all 10,000 of it to your main and they track that transaction and they ban your main, get fucked, you cheated. They are banning gold sellers. They're banning gold sellers. They're banning gold buyers. They're investigating it. They have a heat map for tracking the transfer of gold. They are having an active GM team. Guys, I also want you to realize they're tracking account selling. I've told you guys, this one's really simple. It's called a pivot table. If this account, if the caramel macchiato character, okay, is registered to Jahlon in Illinois on 10/14, and it has a billing information of X, and then when they run their database pull on 11/14, and the caramel macchiato character registered to the account Jahlon is now logging in from Alaska with a totally different payment method, temporary ban. Let's just wait for the ticket. Ticket comes in. Yeah, my account's temporarily banned. Oh yeah, man. We're just doing a checkup. This account belonged to Jahlon, and he was always logging in from Illinois, and now all of a sudden he's logging in from Alaska. And you're like, oh yeah, I moved. Oh, can you go ahead and give us the last 4 digits of the credit card number that was on file for when you lived in Illinois? Oh no, dude, I can't. Can you give me the billing address that you were at when you lived in Illinois? Oh no, dude, I can't. Can you give me the zip code? Oh no, dude, I can't. Hey, why was your account registered to Jahlon when the name Jahlon, when you lived in Illinois, and now the account is registered to Mary Smith when you're living in Alaska? Why'd you change the name on your account? Because the name on your account matches the name on the payment method. Did you suddenly, can you give us some legal documentation for name change? I'm not going to do that. All right, well, then your account's going to stay banned. When you're willing to give us some documentation, about why your name went from Jahlon to Mary Smith, you let us know. Okay? Guys, I want you to tell you how, it doesn't matter how big the database table is. It doesn't matter how many accounts the database is. Anybody who's a database manager here will tell you, you could have 20 million accounts. You could have 20 million registered accounts. And a pivot table is really easy to run, even if it's against 20 million accounts. Because all the pivot table is going to do is look at column F and column G. Did column F and G change between 10/14 and 11/14? And please spit me out a report of all of the ones that changed from 10/14 to 11/14. So account selling and buying is easy as fuck in a subscription-based game. It's easy as fuck to monitor. Are some people going to get due? Sure. Some people are going to get through it. But any database manager will tell you, if you set up your database right at the beginning, you can make a database fucking sing and dance if you want it to. But most companies have GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. They didn't set up their database properly in the beginning, so now they can't get the results they want out. Because as any database person will tell you, you do not want to start, you want to make sure your database is exactly how you want it before you start populating data into it. Because you don't want to start changing the fucking data. So Intrepid deliberately and specifically knew what they wanted at the beginning. so that they could catch gold buyers and gold sellers. Will there be repercussions for sharing accounts? Yes. Permaban. There's no such thing as sharing accounts unless you're sharing your account with your under 13-year-old child or your one minor child over the age of 13, I think is how they have theirs written. For housing, I think a good plan is to have a home in 3 different nodes. Zone of influence, one to have a scientific node for me, another in economic, and not sure in a third. Yeah, I agree with you. Can you share your account with your wife? No, that's account sharing. It's in the terms of service. Your account belongs to you as a person. You cannot share it. Citizenship only occurs when it's voluntary citizenship, not a system-wide. Yeah, if you change your citizenship and then your node gets, well, hold on, that's yes and no. Your citizenship cooldown starts when you change your citizenship. I don't have a quote from Steven yet that says, if I changed my citizenship from the city on the coast to that village down the road, and then that village on the road gets crushed, am I going to be able to change it back, or am I still going to be on cooldown? I'm waiting for a specific quote on that. All right, man, I'm getting to you. How will server population management work? I'm asking about guild balances and keeping the same population for every server. Servers have 8 to 10,000 concurrent players. That's how the server management is going to work. So they want to have up to 50,000 accounts per server. They are going to at launch, they are going to do server pre-registration so they can kind of get a handle on the balancing, but they're not going to babysit. They're not going to babysit servers. They're not going to babysit servers. So if you turn your server into a shithole, they are not going to funnel people there. So 4/5 of the players won't be able to play on day 1. I'm waiting on an answer for Steven, and I've brought this up a whole bunch of times, and Steven just seems like he's not interested in answering this question. I've asked him a bunch of times. He fucking ignores me. So I'm just going to keep rolling with his quote. He said he wants to have 50,000 players per server and 8 to 10,000 concurrent. I think that's a misspeak, and I think he needs to clarify that one. Because if you try to tell people in a game like Ashes of Creation that during the launch month, they have a high probability of not getting on their server, you're not going to get them to resubscribe. I don't have any problem with them eventually rolling up the number of people on a server to 20,000, but I don't think you need a 5-to-1 ratio. I think you need about a 2-to-1 ratio. I think it should be capped at 20,000 accounts per server for the first say and then you need to do some server management where you keep certain servers locked. I also, however, say that they need to do the Final Fantasy XI friend code, where if your server is locked and your friend wants to join you, you go spend a nominal amount of gold, you get a code, and your friend can force join your server. Guys, I only got like 20 minutes left, but I'm gonna go check on my cat. He just got back from the vet. He's crying for me, and I'm gonna turn the air on. I'll be back in like less than a minute. Hush your face. They want to see you. They were worried about you. How easy. It's easy. The desk is just moving. Relax. This is Sora. This is my buddy who had to go to the vet. I'm sorry you had to go to the vet. But you're peeing blood, and that's no good. Nope. Okay. Bye. Oh, of course, you're right back in my chair, you little jerk. Yeah, he he is a little bit of a pain in the ass. He is causing me a whole lot of money issues lately. It's like, thanks, dude. Stop pissing blood. Was he okay? Well, they thought he had a UTI, and they gave him a shot of antibiotics last week, and now he was peeing blood again, as recently as Monday. So he's back to the vet for an X-ray for some kidney stones. So I'm hoping he's okay. So I've been really lucky with my cats. Other than this year, I really haven't had bills for my cats for the 12 years we've had them. Can I have different characters on servers? Yes. You can have multiple characters on different servers. So basically, I got to make sure my guild gets on one of the most populated servers. Maybe. Let's see. They seem to keep assuming a player. Oh, what do I have up? They seem to keep assuming that a player plays 4 to 6 hours a day. So somewhere between 4 to 6 different players can fit in a slot of a 24-hour period. Split the difference is 5. 10,000 concurrent times 5 in a 24-hour player, you have 50,000 registered per servers. It's flawed logic, but it's probably how they came up with it. The problem with that theory is that the server isn't on a 24-hour clock. The server is on a primetime clock. Nobody gives a shit about the server during the day. They give a shit about the server during node sieges, castle sieges, guild war objectives. So you don't lock out. You don't lock out 80% of your server and not let them play. If you do that, I mean, you can, but then you're not going to have a game very long, which is why I think Steven needs to address, Steven needs to address that point. It's one of those, it's hanging out there. It's a thing and it's hanging out there and you need to address it. That you need to kill that one. You need to kill it before Alpha 1 NDA drops and people start running with it and we have more issues. So, is the Paradox business going to need a chef in a couple of years? No, probably not, but I mean, it all moves forward. I mean, who knows, man? If I get I could be the next guy that gets offered an $8 million a year contract. How bad would it be to be locked out of not being a citizen? Pretty significant. Citizens have bonuses in their guilds. They have access to the unique buildings, access to the Metropolis superpowers, access to augments from their nodes. So yeah, not being a citizen is going to be kind of bad. You want to be a citizen of somewhere. Have you heard about the Kickstarter account glitch people are making? There's been a ton of people banned, including $5,000 Phoenix Initiative dude, but still many people have fraudulent accounts that are still being created and sold. Rocky91Z, if you want to be a good human being, roll that up to me. Roll that up to me in Discord so I can roll that up to Intrepid. I hadn't heard that there's a Kickstarter account glitch, but I mean, you'd have to be a pretty fucking big dumbass to glitch risking your $5,000 account. If you cheat and you get banned, do not feel bad for you. Now I do know that I told Intrepid this. I do know that there were some people who got chargebacks and they got to keep their account. Well, that's the problem when you don't invest $50,000 of that $3 million, or you don't invest $50,000 into that $3 million budget or $30 million budget you had in 2017 and have your database completely built. That's the problem with running your Kickstarter when you're fucking running on a Wix website with a WooCommerce database. That's the shit that happens. But yeah, if Rocky91Z, if you have that, either if you don't want to roll it up to Intrepid personally, roll it up to me. Give me the details you can. I'll roll that directly. I'll put that directly on Steven's desk this afternoon. And Steven will get it because he usually responds to my DMs within the same day. He doesn't always give me the answer to my questions, but he usually acknowledges my DMs same day. Plus, I can send that in through Toast, or I can send that in through, I can get that onto Steven's desk by the end of business. I mean, it's especially going to suck. Will I be on Discord after this live stream? Yeah, I'm on Discord all the time. After this live stream, I'm going to eat. I'm going to go for a walk. I got some bits and pieces to do, but yeah, I'll be back on Discord within a couple of hours after my stream. I'm actually going to stream a little bit after one, guys. Oh, my daughter is sorry. Forgot to turn on dad cam. My teenager had to go get her eyes checked. She's lucky I'm forgiving. Can we just say that she's lucky I'm forgiving? I know not all of you like Carlos Mencia, but I like Carlos Mencia. Carlos Mencia makes me laugh. My daughter is me. I love my daughter. I love my teenager. I really do. I mean, I love all my fucking kids, right? It's not a big fucking deal. You love your kids. Everybody loves their kids. But the big one is my daughter is. I call her Baby Ram. I when she's being difficult, I call her a Baby Ram because she just wants to butt heads with me. She's lucky I'm forgiving. Pissed me off. Got grounded, but I'm still letting her get her contacts. Because you don't need contacts, right? You need glasses, right, parents? Your kids need glasses. They can't see, they need glasses. You know, I'm letting you pick off of the, you know, off of the nice shelf. Ray-Ban, Louis Vuitton, Oakley, you know. I'm letting you pick off the nice shelf. Nah, you pissed me off. BCGs, man. Plastic. Give her the $39 frames. I don't care if she gets laughed at. No, I'm letting her get contacts if she can. I don't know if she can get her prescription in contacts. How bad we did that one? Contacts PRK. She can't have LASIK surgery. Her vision problem's not correctable with laser corrective surgery. Have I seen the video by Nixon comparing Ashes and New World? No, but if you have it, feel free to post it. Is the Paradox? Oh, we did the chef. Will I be allowed to post my stream link later tonight in your Discord? Yes. I'm thinking about buying the Me 6 bot, although I do want to give a chance to my community. I got so many smart people. I got so many smart people in my community. Maybe somebody can make me a bot that does what I want. It's like, why pay somebody for Me 6 when I can pay somebody in my community? Whoa. You calm down. Wow. Let me. Where's my watch later? Let him watch later. Let's see. Watch it on stream or have to watch it on stuff. I'm against watching other content creators' stuff on my show because it's not mine. If I watch their YouTube video on my stream, then they lose out on views. I know I'm a nobody and I have like 139 people, but if I watched it and 139 people were if 139 people were interested in watching it and they didn't, then that guy would lose 139 clicks. Although he's got 400 some odd thousand subscribers. I think he'd be okay. Will you get anywhere as being a solo player, or will you always need a guild to get anywhere? Depends on where you're going, man. Depends on what you want to do. Yes, there is a room for solo players in Ashes of Creation. Tavernside Gaming, I just want to say that I'm going to put a big old hot dog in your icon's hand. There's just going to be a big old hot dog right there next to your face. You can expect that's coming. I'm sorry, but that emote, I'm putting a big old hot dog right there. Right up into the mouth. How do you feel waiting off difficulty of open world questing events will be in terms of being solo or having to move around as parties? Well, here's the thing. It's an MMORPG. If you want to do stuff out in the open world, you need a party. Because it's an open world. I mean, you are always at risk of getting killed. You are always at risk of getting ganked. The world is dangerous. Travel with friends. If you don't want to travel with friends, if you don't want to travel with friends, realize you're vulnerable to being killed. And I'm glad Steven is doing that. And I'm going to be honest, it's an MMORPG. It is not a single player game. I'm so fucking tired of MMORPGs being single player games that you occasionally need people for. Final Fantasy 14 is not an MMORPG. Final Fantasy 14 is not an MMORPG. Single player game where you have 7 other heroes on speed dial. In fact, there is a point of the game. There is a point in Final Fantasy 14 where they actually laugh and they make fun of themselves, and they say, "You're gonna need a party for this." I'm sure you know some heroes. Like, the fuck, man. Like, everything is solo until this one boss fight. Like, even the most recent expansion, my wife and I, we have a free company. It's just the two of us. Because like yesterday, my wife wanted to go out to dinner with her best friend, so we didn't play yesterday because we had. Oh, I was high on Valium from the root canal that never happened, and then by the time I woke up, my wife and I went for our afternoon walk, and then she was gonna go to dinner with her friend, and by the time she got home, I was tired, and Valium messes you up all day, man. So we didn't run anything yesterday. Well, it would have sucked if it was Tuesday raid day, and then problems. No, this is not Uncle Moneybags' hat. This is actually a little steampunk. Where are we at? Just so I can pop out. Oh, I'll just pop out. We got a little. We got the little steampunk gears. So I really like this one. This one's from the Chocolate Emporium. I do have. I got some other pieces coming, guys. I got some other bits and pieces coming. You guys are gonna like it. I'm taking some of that money. I'm taking some of the money that I'm making, and finally buying stuff for the stream. I do have to buy new emotes. I owe you guys. No, you said monocle. He said Monopoly. Come on, man. Keep up. Keep up with the chat. But yeah, I got some stuff. Some goggles on the brim would be the next edition. They're I got some stuff coming on. Hopefully Saturday. I'm hoping Saturday. And then we got some stuff. We're gonna start doing a little stuff. Just like we got the room, man. We got the room. We got Jackie Boy in the back. We got Mr. J. Yeah, we're gonna do some stuff, man. We're gonna make the studio look nice. You guys, we're gonna get a custom stream theme. I'm gonna get a custom classroom stream theme. I'm gonna get a custom steampunk one. I'm gonna try to make the custom one. You appreciate the Joker picture? Joker. I know it's really bad. I know it's really bad that the Joker's my role model. But Joker's my role model. Did you know that the Joker was supposed to be in the third movie, but they didn't do it because Heath Ledger died? They were supposed to be, you know, role model in what way? I think the Joker is my role model when it comes to the psychology behind the Joker. If you want to know the psychology behind the Joker, you scroll down below the picture. There's my Amazon Blacksmith. One of the books in my professional development is actually Batman and Psychology. It's actually a book. It's a really good book. Really good book. I like the Joker's mentality though, because the Joker's just real and he is what he says he is, especially the Heath Ledger version. But if you guys don't know, there's about 9 different versions of the Joker throughout the DC Batman comics. It's always the Joker, but there's about like 9 different versions of it. And I like the Heath Ledger version that they used, the very dark one, where he's like, you can change the world with just a couple of cans of gasoline and some dynamite. Do I look like a guy with a plan? So, I think if more people stopped trying to be schemers, the world would be in a better place. It's like, I'm not going political today, guys. I'm not in the mood to do politics because the United States of America is just a fucking shit show of politics right now. It almost is like I want to lead a coup and just take over the country, because I'm so tired of the bullshit. But did you guys see the Supreme Court Justice nominee? The Supreme Court Justice nominee, all them fuckers up in Congress are, they've got their books and their manuals and their binders. And even with their books and their manuals and their binders and their aides and their everybody, they're making fucking mistakes. Okay? They're making fucking mistakes in the rulings and what they meant and what she said. They're like telling her what she said, and she's like, no, let me correct you on that. And she's correcting them. And she's there, and she's just sitting there. And the one senator says to her, well, as you can all see, we're up here and we have a lot of books and notes. And I'm just wondering, what do you have in front of you with the notes that you have prepared? And she's like, she holds it up. It's just a blank sheet of paper. And he says, and is there anything written on it? And she says, yes, at the top, it says the United States Senate. She's literally there being interviewed to be a Supreme Court justice. And she's got nothing. She's got nothing, right? And you got everybody else in the free world is there asking her all these questions, like all these prepared questions, and she's just like, I didn't want a Supreme Court justice to be nominated before the election for a lot of reasons. Again, the Republicans acted like shitheads 6 or 4 years ago, and now they flipped their script. It's an embarrassment. But I want her on the goddamn Supreme Court. I want her on the Supreme Court. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I most certainly do. She's been called racist for having adopted black children. Yeah, yes, I do. Here's the thing. Who? Amy Coney Barrett. It's the Amy Barrett, the Supreme Court Justice nominee. The thing that pissed me off is she got asked what her religion was. The fuck does it matter what her religion? The fucking Constitution says her religion can't you know so you can't ask about a religion. It's a kind of moot point to be speaking about who should be on the Supreme Court right now because it should be the next president's choice. No, it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't. I guess I'm going to go political for the last few minutes of my show. No, it shouldn't. Because you're not elected fucking president for 3 years. You're elected president for 4 years. You're elected president for 4 years. If the country went to war right now, even if Donald Trump lost the election, he would be the commander-in-chief until midnight on January 20th. So if he decided to commit 100,000 ground troops to some country because we went to war, if Iran invaded one of our allies, and we decided to put 100,000 troops on the ground, fucking Biden could win the election, and he could protest and kick and scream and do whatever he wants. Oh, noon. Yes, noon, January 20th. Sorry, not midnight, noon. And he could say, I'm committing 100,000 ground troops. And everybody could say you shouldn't do that because you're not the president. And bullshit, I am the president. And I am the president until noon on January 20th. This bullshit that we shouldn't be talking about a Supreme Court justice right now because it's the next president's choice. No, motherfucker's the president. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed about the fucking Republicans 4 years ago because of what my party did 4 years ago. That's why why the Republicans shouldn't be doing what they're doing right now because of their behavior 4 years ago. Okay? Trying to make up rules on the fly. I 100% agree with you. That's my problem with it. I am a constitutionalist. If anybody ever wants to know what party I'm going to run on, I am Jahlon and I am running for president. You can bet your ass I endorse this message. I am a constitutionalist. I believe in the motherfucking Constitution. That's what I believe in. I don't believe in the 97 million fucking pages of bullshit laws we have written. I believe in what the Constitution says. I also believe we need to rewrite the fucking Constitution from first word to the last period. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure the blessings of liberty. Fuck, my brain isn't going to do it right now. I usually can do this. I'm still queasy from the Valium. But from the very first word to the very last period, we need to rewrite that bitch. Now it's going to bother me. How do I not know the preamble? We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Hot damn, that's what we need. Since we are politics, what are your thoughts on the Electoral College and most states giving all votes to a single candidate rather than splitting it by percentage of the popular vote? I say it's the state's goddamn right to do whatever the state's goddamn right wants to do. Period. States' rights versus federalism. It's not right and it's not wrong. It's what that state wants to do. Period. End of story. Your political views and the way you talk about them has convinced me to make you the first Twitch streamer I subscribe to. I ordered a $5 Razer Gold code. I'm going to subscribe to you as soon as it gets mailed to me. Hey, man, I appreciate that. I know I turn a lot of people off when it comes to the politics. And you know what? I don't care. I am going to be real. I am going to be authentic. Okay? When I am president of the United States, I am going to put subsidies in place for gamers because all you want to do is smoke weed, eat Cheetos, stay at home with your brand new 3070 graphics card that you were able to write off. Right? Right? Because that's what you want. We can't even have communities anymore. We can't even have communities anymore because we don't even encourage front porches anymore. We encourage backyards with privacy fences. We're not even communities anymore. You know, I get strange looks from people. I get strange looks from people. I walk down the block. There's this little white dog. There's this little white dog on a leash at the end of the block, and he runs around. And it's been 3 years I've been living here. He's been barking at me for 3 years. I finally, the other day, just walked up to the dog and started petting him. I've known the owner for a couple of years. Owner comes out. I could not tell you the dog's name. I could not tell you the owner's name. The owner and I are friendly. The other day, I'm walking down the street. One of my neighbors, his caliper fell. He was putting in struts on his front end of his car. He's a mechanic. And his caliper fell. Guy doesn't know me. We're not friends. We've never had a beer. We talk when we walk past. He's like, hey man, can you do me a favor? Can you go in? Can you jump in? Can you start my car? Can you slowly turn the wheel? I'm gonna try to pull this caliper out. He doesn't know me. I don't know him. Just do that. Here's the thing. He's my neighbor. He's 2 doors down. The other guy is like 7 houses down. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I'm not even gonna tell you. I don't know if they're black. I don't know if they're Hispanic. I don't know if they're Asian. I don't know what they are. You know what they are? They're my neighbors. I'm not angry all the time because I'm a Republican. I'm a constitutionalist. I'm a federalist. I happen to vote Republican. I'm voting for myself again this time. I'm voting for Jahlon. I'm writing Jahlon in on my ballot because fuck both of them. With that said, guys, I did not realize that my wife was coming back with the food. I thought my wife was leaving with my daughter. I thought my food was already downstairs. So I am going to end the stream because it's been, I can't. Shit. I can't end the why you guys gotta let me try to end the stream? I can't end the stream. You can't do that. What are you guys doing? Nobody screamed. No, nobody screamed gift card. Why aren't people screaming gift card? Where the hell is it? People gotta be like, Jay, you didn't give away your gift card. Side monitor for Twitch. There we go. So, as you guys can see, it's gonna be a keyword. The keyword is going to be, does that say gimme? Gimme. Gimme is your keyword. You guys want a gift card. Now, I do want to let you guys know, gimme is your keyword. I'm going to let this roll for about 3 minutes. 4 minutes. When I've been live for 4 hours and 10 minutes, I'm going to give this out. It's either going to be a $25 gift card to Amazon, or it's going to be a $25 gift card to Steam. I will tell you guys, Is Nebula won a gift card from me on Monday. Wasn't enough time. I did check this morning. So, that didn't happen. I do appreciate you guys. While we're closing up the show, I always keep this up so you guys know no shenanigans, no hanky-panky. You can see the gift card as we're doing it. I do want to say big props to my community. We raised, $300, $400 today for charity. We raised $300-$400 today for Operation Supply Drop. That was amazing. Very, very happy for that. You guys are great. Start saving a few bucks here and there. Put a couple of dollars in your pocket. I am going to be doing that 24-hour stream in November for Extra Life for Kids. I do want to be a huge part of Intrepid's goal. I want them to form their team. I'm going to be on their team. We are going to be making some money. Are going to have streams later in the day in the future? Yes. If you look down below, I do streams 4 times a week. I do streams on Mondays at 5 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, Fridays at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Saturdays at 2 p.m. Eastern. So I roll through. I like the Monday time. I like the Wednesday time. I like the Saturday time because Saturday time allows me to still have some time with my kids. You guys still got about, it's like the last minute of the show. It's like the last few minutes of the charity drive. Can we make it? Boom. Emily donated $15 to Operation Supply Drop. I appreciate you. The boys and girls appreciate that. I do want to tell you guys, if you haven't signed up for Ashes of Creation, you want me to be able to give away more gift cards, sign up for Ashes of Creation through that link. That puts money in my pocket, costs you nothing. I'm also going to say it is Prime Days from Amazon. If you don't already have Twitch Prime, you can Twitch Games. I'm sorry, Amazon. Twitch Games, you can get that. If you're going to buy anything from Amazon ever, what I ask you to do, again, this costs you nothing. If you're going to make a purchase from Amazon, be like, I'm about to buy this. Hold up. Let me close Amazon. Let me swing on by to Jay's show. Let me click on that Amazon Shop Deals for Gamers icon. That's going to take you in. And then when you make your purchase, we get a part of that. If you know you're going to buy something really, really big from Amazon, let's take their money. Let me know what it is. I'll give you a link to it. We put money in the gift card kitty. We got about 45 seconds. Make sure you type in gimme. Type in gimme, and we'll do that for you. Let me get rid of this real quick. Oh, no, that's already gone. I did get my Stream Deck fixed. We had no problems with the Stream Deck during the show. I know what I did wrong. They pushed a patch. I think it was just installed wrong. Big shout out to Elgato, makers of my key lights, makers of this badass microphone and this Stream Deck. I wish that they would sponsor me. I need more toys. Next up, guys, is going to be a new camera. I'm going to get a better camera. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do yet, but we're going to figure some stuff out. We got about 10 seconds, and then I'm going to hit roll it. And just remember, these come from me, not from the channel. So we got 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Alan Frostick. Alan Frostick, please say something in chat. Alan Frostick, please say something in chat. Pick up the white courtesy phone. You've got about, where is he? Come on, say something. There he is. All righty. So we got Alan Frostick here. We are going to, Alan Frostick, do you want a Amazon gift card or do you want a Steam gift card? Come on, Alan, work with me here. Trying to give you money. Amazon. Okay, Amazon gift card. So here's what we're going to do. Don't worry, Alan, I am not going to share your information on the screen. I'm actually going to go out here to the talking screen. Alan, I sent you a PM on Twitch. Sent you a PM on Twitch. Please go ahead and answer that. Don't worry, I won't say your email address on the air. Gift cards. Gift cards for Amazon. Amazon gift card. Boom. Are you yelling at me? This cat is yelling at me. A very nice cat. Your photo. Yes, we're gonna add my photo to it, and we are going to do this guy. No, we're not gonna do this guy. Discard changes. Change image. Mode 6. Oh, that looks like crap. Image. 112. That one still looks like crap. What the hell, man? Paradox logos. We do this one. There we go. We can use that. And it's not your birthday, so we can't do your birthday. We're gonna do congratulations. Yes. And we're not gonna give you $2,500. We're gonna give you $25. You guys have no idea. You guys have no idea how scary that is when you do that. And we're gonna send you that, and we're gonna say, hope you enjoy this Amazon gift card from Jahlon on 14 October 2020. We're gonna send you one, and we're gonna send it right now via email. And we're going to say add to cart. We're going to say proceed to checkout. We are too going to proceed to checkout. Do it with that one. Oh. Oh. 1 second. I love their new security features. I hate that when you go to buy a gift card, you have to put your information back in. Verified card. It is. Imagine that. Use this payment method. Place my order. Your order has been placed. We're going to wait here for a second. Alan Frostick. Should have an email. Alan Frostick. See me on Friday? Yeah, I will see you guys on Friday. Yeah, Amazon, so you can buy through my link. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Make sure when you spend that money that you go back through my link so it just keeps generating like money. But Amazon thanks me. I guess Amazon link only works for purchases in the US. Yes, I believe it does because I'm only I believe it is only. He got it. Look at that. He said he got it. Reluctant Raven. The reason why I don't raid people is some of my audience that lurks, they have asked me not to do raids because I used to raid people and then they would come back to their computer, they would find themselves in a completely different channel and they said, that's not what I'm here for. I don't want to support other people. Could I do it with a poll? Could you do a poll? I can't do a poll. I'm going to go eat my dinner. I'm going to go eat my lunch. If you want me to do a pool, I want to buy a pool. I want to put a pool in at my house. If you want me to do a poll, tell me next time or put it in Discord for me. There's a bunch of polls down there that you guys all should answer. Make sure on Friday you kick rocks and bring friends. I'm out of here, guys. I'm starving, and I will see you on Friday. Later.